Hey friends. Hey friends. How are you guys today? I hope you guys are having a fantastic 4th of July so far. Um we had rain today, but supposedly it's supposed to clear up a little bit tonight so we can have some fireworks. Yay! Super excited about that. I was not planning on coming in and hanging out with well, I was planning on it yesterday. That was my plan. But then today, we've been kinda lazy today because we had so much rain. So we've been just kinda lazing around a little bit today, and, um and then I was like, "You know what? I feel like visiting with my crime cafe people." So, I figured I would come on, do a little bit of, more Alexee Trevizo chit chat with you guys today. Yeah, we'll see where we go. The plan is for us to discuss her arrest when that actually happened, and to discuss more about the whole wrongful death suit that they filed against the hospital. So I have coffee. It's kind of lukewarm. It's about to like right here. So we may have to have an intermission here after a while. Um, but let me say hi to all of my friends. Hey, Elizabeth. She comes in straight out the gate and says, hello. Hey, Shiraz. Can't tag sausage fingers. I got sausage fingers, ma'am. You want to talk about sausage fingers? Here you go. Um, hey, Lauren. Good to see you, girly. Good to see you. Hey, Margaret. Oh, goody. I have to stop doing laundry and chores now. Yes, you get to come hang out with us for a little bit today. You do. I know it's a way late. Like I'm usually ending at this time of the day, but we're starting, right? Um, let's see. All right. So Shiraz says it's hot AF there in Houston. I'm staying in my bedroom where it's a comfy 66. Nice. Cozy 81, which is still too hot for me. I don't know what the temperature is here. Let me see. Let me see. It was miserable yesterday. Yesterday was insane hot. Well, it wasn't as hot as much as it was humid. Um, Yesterday, the real feel was 92. We had like it says 72% humidity. Um, and then today it is currently 87 degrees, feels like 96 with 70% humidity. So it's hot. Hot, hot, hot. Um, okay. So before we get started on the Alexee Trevizo discussion, I wanted to stop for just a second and I don't know if you guys have heard about this little girl today. This is so sad. My heart sank when I first heard about it this morning. Um, and her name is Serenity Kinsey. Was 7 years old. Um, there was an Amber Alert that was sent out for her earlier today. Um, from Tennessee, another one from Tennessee. It's like, man, Tennessee has been hit hard. Um, but it was in Dandridge, Tennessee. She was an autistic little girl, nonverbal. Again, a beautiful name, Serenity. And It says not more than an hour after issuing an Amber Alert, the TBI announced that dive crews have located the body of 7-year-old Serenity Alana Marie Kinsey at the bottom of a lake near her home. Um, and the TBI tweeted, "Our hearts go out to her family during this difficult time." Um, Earlier, though, um, when the Amber Alert went out, it says a Tennessee Amber Alert has been issued on behalf of the Jefferson County Sheriff's Office for 7-year-old Serenity Alana Marie Kinsey. She was last seen at her home along Indian Creek Road in Dandridge at about 1 a.m., wearing black shorts and a blue shirt. Um, and apparently the lake where she was found was pretty near their home. So, um, just, you know, it's hard. She's a little blonde-haired, blue-eyed girl with curly hair, um, a little beauty, and it's just heartbreaking. Um, that's all I'm gonna say. But anyway, if there are any other updates that come out about concerning her, um, I'll keep you in the loop. Um, very, very sad situation. Patricia says, "I'm trying to convince myself to go out for a run in an hour. Not sure though with the heat." Oh, no, no, nope, don't do it. No. Yes, do what Margaret said. Run around your air conditioned house. There you go. Just run back and forth through your house. Just do that. And Shiraz is being the responsible one saying, drink lots of water before if you do. Mhm. 2 laps around the couch. I know. Lauren, it's very sad. It's very sad. It just kinda hit me really hard when I saw that this morning. I was like, "Oof." Hey, Michelle. I started about 13 minutes ago, it says. And we're gonna discuss Alexee Trevizo. We're gonna talk about her, when she was arrested in the whole wrongful death suit situation. But this was a story that broke this morning from Tennessee with the little girl on the screen. She's her name is Serenity Kinsey. She's from Dandridge, Tennessee. 7-year-old autistic little girl, nonverbal, and they issued an Amber Alert for her. She was last seen like 1 o'clock in the morning, and she was found mm, at the bottom of a lake, apparently near her home. So I think they said they found her about an hour, is what this article said. But anyway, I just wanted to, um, show her sweet little face and remind people to hug your babies, hug them tight, hug them close, give them kisses and hugs, and ah, that's all I got. Um, but wishing her family, sending her family lots of prayers and their community and all that. So, all right. Now we are going to go back to the tab. Um, we're going to get started on chit chat about Alexee Trevizo. Ooh, you doing housework and hanging with the kitties. Nice. Isn't Lauren beautiful? I know. She's so pretty. Yeah, send prayers and thoughts and hugs and well wishes. I mean, Nah, well wishes is not a good. That's not what you say to someone, you know. Patricia says, "Nice. That plus Crime Cafe sounds like a great day." I agree. I agree. And I want to thank you, Michelle, for coming back again. I love seeing new faces, and I love my normal, loyal Crime Cafe uh, friends. I love all y'all. I'm just feeling the love. All right, so we're gonna get into it now. This was one that I did want to show yesterday, and then when we were watching the interviews for all the different staff members. This here that we're going to watch is an interview with the doctor that took care of Alexee in the hospital in the emergency room that night. It's a short interview, so we're going to watch this and then we're going to get straight into the arrest stuff. Okay? Okay. Margaret drank so much water, she's sloshy now. Don't slosh. No sloshing. But drink your water. Okay. So this is also just a heads up. This interview that they do with her is via Zoom. So they're sharing the screen is like pointing to the TV on the wall. So that's where she will appear, the doctor. Okay, here we go.
Hi, Mel. Can you see us?
Yes, can you see me? I'm sorry, I just had to pick up my kids.
Oh, no, you're fine.
You're fine. I'm Detective Minter. This is Detective Gonzalez.
Hey, guys.
Very, very nice to meet you.
Likewise.
So go ahead.
Give me 1 sec. I need to give my daughter a direction here.
Okay.
On top of the refrigerator. Hey, Axel, get it down. Sorry about that.
No, that's okay.
That's where the snacks are.
Oh.
Mom life, right?
Go
Mom
ahead.
life.
State your name and what you do and where you work.
Heather Marshall Vasquez, MD. I am an emergency physician. My full-time employment job is through Holy Cross Medical Center in Taos, New Mexico, where I'm the medical director. And then I work as an independent contractor for Artesia General Hospital. I work sort of 2 to 4 shifts a month down there.
Okay. Okay.
So
Yay,
for
Lauren. That
January
sounds like fun.
27th of this year, you came into contact with Alexee Trevizo. Can you tell us what happened on that day? Just from the beginning of everything that happened.
Yes, she presented, I want to say it was around 11:30 at night. I don't have the chart in front of me, so there's some details I'm going to have to sort of guesstimate from my recollection. Her presenting complaint was for back pain. She was brought in by her mother. We were told that she began having back pain after coming home from cheerleading practice. Sounds like she had gone to bed and then woken her mother up. And so her mother brought her in. And when I initially evaluated her, she really wouldn't sit still. She wouldn't really let me examine her. She had on a very baggy sweatshirt. And, a 19-year-old with back pain, the vast majority of the time, that's not going to be anything serious. But she was just not really acting right. And so I became concerned that there was something else going on, potentially a kidney stone or something like that. I asked the patient and her mother if she could be pregnant. Her mother said, no, under no circumstances. I've been buying pads for her every month. And so I ordered our normal evaluation, which would be some basic labs, including a pregnancy test, as well as a CAT scan of the abdomen and pelvis to make sure she didn't have a kidney stone or something like that. The pregnancy test came back positive an hour late, maybe 45 minutes later. I can't tell you exactly how much time had elapsed when I became aware that her test was positive. So at that point, we sent it for a blood confirmatory test, which is what we call a quantitative HCG, which tells us, it gives us a number instead of just a positive or negative for pregnancy test. It gives us a number. And the reason why that number was really significant was because one of the concerns that you would always have in a young woman who is having back or abdominal pain could be a tubal pregnancy. And so oftentimes we need to correlate the level, the pregnancy hormone level, to determine if it's likely there could be a tubal pregnancy.
Mhm.
There's no obstetrics or gynecology at Artesia General, and so it would require transferring her. I also verified at that time that we didn't really have the right kind. The ER has an ultrasound machine, but it didn't have the right probe on there. It had what we call the vascular probe, not the endovaginal or the abdominal one, which would be the ways we would look to see if there was a tubal pregnancy or a viable pregnancy. So I was going to have to call the ultrasound tech in. And so it was taking the lab a little bit longer than I would have thought to give us the actual quantitative HCG level. And so at that point, I started getting very nervous because I figured, well, maybe it's not really high maybe they had to dilute it down. And I wanted to check on the patient, and I asked the nurse where the patient was, and he said, well, she's in the bathroom. And I said, oh my goodness, how long has she been in there? And she'd been in there for like 20 minutes. And so at that point, I became very concerned, and I said, you need to get her out of there right now. So it took a while for them to find a key. The nurse was knocking on the door, and we heard the toilet flush several times. And so at that point, finally, the door opened, and there was just blood everywhere. And so even though we didn't have the right probe for the ultrasound machine, I felt like I'm just gonna look, because I had already called the tech in, but the tech wasn't there yet. So I took her directly to the room and did a ultrasound. I couldn't see anything. Again, it was the wrong probe. It's not the right probe to even, I don't even know if you could see any, like it's the kind of probe that we use to put like special IVs in the neck.
Mm.
So it wasn't the right kind of probe. But she was bleeding a lot. And so we went directly from doing the ultrasound, and again, I was waiting for the tech to come in, to doing a pelvic exam, and it probably took me 10 or 15 minutes to, when I did the pelvic exam, her cervix, the opening to the uterus was just wide open, and there was just blood pouring out, and I was really mystified as to what could be happening, because I thought, well, maybe she's having a miscarriage. It probably took me 10 or 15 minutes to evacuate all the blood. And just as I was finishing with that exam, the charge nurse came into the ER and said, I need you out here right now. And I walked out into the main department. The nurse was still a different nurse was still in the room with the patient, trying to get her, clean her up after the exam. And the charge nurse said, the housekeeper and the secretary found a dead baby in the trash can. And so I said, well, where? Because now I needed to verify if the child was alive. So they brought me the trash can. I ran into the trauma 2 room, the resuscitation room, and dumped it out. And it did not take me very long to determine that the child was dead. And I made the decision to not attempt resuscitation. Really, the temperature was cool, and I also did not want to contaminate if it was a crime scene. So at that point, then my attention shifted to making sure that the mother was stabilized, because I realized she just delivered a baby. I didn't know where the placenta was. She could die from a postpartum hemorrhage. So I contacted the on-call obstetrician at Loveless Regional in Roswell and said, I need to transfer this patient to you emergently. They said, yep, just send her up. I think the fire department just took her up right away. But before we transferred her, I talked to my team. I said, look, we're not going to talk to her until we have police present. I want witnesses present for our discussion with her. At that point, several of your officers arrived. They arrived very quickly. And we went in and I said, we found a dead baby in the trash. And she said, well, it came out of me and it wasn't moving, so I just put it in the trash. And the mother started screaming at her, screaming, I knew it, I knew it, I knew it. This is after they both sworn up and down that there was no chance she could be pregnant. And so at that point, once we got her transferred, I believe that the officers called for, I'm not sure what steps they did, but we made sure we didn't touch the dead baby. We didn't do anything because we did not want to contaminate the crime scene. And I documented, and that's it.
What was the baby in the trash can?
I did not find it. It was my secretary who you should speak to. She told me a few weeks later that she was the one. But I was told it was in a plastic bag that was tied off and then stuck into a plastic bag, and then she put trash on the top to try to hide it.
Okay. So he was out.
That was what was told to me.
But he was outside the bag when you saw him.
Yes, they had opened the bag up, and I took the trash can, I just turned it upside down and dumped everything on the bed.
Okay. And you didn't see any trauma or anything to the baby, or?
I don't have a very good recollection of that. My brain was 100% focused on, is this a patient I should try to resuscitate? And once I made the determination not to resuscitate, all of my attention turned to making sure that the mother didn't die.
Okay.
So did any of the nursing staff find the placenta at the emergency room?
No.
No? Okay.
I have no idea what happened with the placenta.
She didn't deliver it at Loveless either.
She probably put it in the toilet, would be my.
That was my guess. If they didn't say that they found anything when they were at the other hospital that they transferred her to, my theory is that she flushed it. I mean, it would make sense, right? Not that it would make sense, but you see what I'm saying. I mean, that's what I would have done. Let me say I would never do what she did. Never. In a million years. I don't have that sort of depravity, I guess. Whatever, but if I were in her shoes, it makes sense to have flushed it, right? Lauren, I just want to say, ma'am, I hope that you have an amazing time tomorrow and over the weekend. She says that she's going to be spending the weekend with her best friend. That makes me happy. We will miss you. But yes, there's always the replay. Always the replay. Yeah, everybody else is saying she flushed it too. Yep. Right. Right, Patricia? Look, Ma, no placenta. To be honest, the girl probably didn't even know what it was. I mean, she's probably like, oh God, what is all that? And just flushed it, you know? Shiraz says, Michelle, we can usually read typo. Yeah. I could tell you meant flush. All right, let's get back to it. This despicable girl.
Yes.
And would that have been something that was able to be flushed?
It depends on how broken up it was. I mean, if it's torn, you potentially could have been flushable. Or it's possible the housekeeper could have thrown it away without thinking it was just bloody, because there was blood everywhere in the bathroom.
Really? And did she say?
There's my girl, Gracie. Hey. Oh, I love you. Grace, I love you and I miss you. I've been watching back videos, ma'am, and it's been very sad. Hold on, Grace. I got to read this. Michelle says, it surprises me that there are not more subscribers to this channel. You follow all the good cases and you're a very chill and likable person. Thank you. That makes me very happy. And you know what? We're a newer channel. So we're growing. I mean, we're like a little baby, we're growing. We're taking our steps and cutting our teeth and, all the baby things over here. So, thank you, Lauren. I love you. And I do hope you have the best time. But Grace, ma'am, Today is a very special day. So 1 year ago today, Gracie's Diamond World, she's from Australia for anyone in here that doesn't know Grace. She's my Australian sister wife. And 1 year ago today, Grace was here visiting. The vast majority of the summer she was in the States, and she spent a lot of time with me, and we I miss you, Grace. I miss you. But she got to spend her very first 4th of July with us and my family. I felt very honored. And then another one of our sister wives, we like to call ourselves, Abigail from Florida. But yeah, we had the best time. She got to watch fireworks. She got to do all the fun 4th of July things with us. So I miss you, Grace. Driving, so I can't be in chat. But 12 months ago, I was hugging my girl, Jenny and Abigail, and I'm really sad today. That's okay. I love you and I miss you, though. Hey, ex-lawyer 50. Hi. Says, hi, just found your channel. Love it. You are so sweet. Oh, thank you. Retired defense lawyer from South Africa. Really? Just finished watching the Reed case elsewhere, but think this is my new home. Oh, thank you. Oh my gosh, that makes my heart so happy. That makes my heart so happy. Patricia said, I think YouTube is starting to push Crime Cafe stuff out there more, though. Yeah, apparently. I mean, I was telling the girls, QB and Steph and Morgana and JB and them, I was like, I've been seeing a lot of new faces lately. But I think there's a lot of interest in this Alexee Trevizo case, which, if it goes to trial next month, and it's televised, we'll be watching that like hawks. We'll be like this, or at least I will be. So, Patricia Michelle says, I follow a lot of channels, so I've seen many grow. I just want you to know I'm all in with you, not a stalker, by the way. That's okay, Michelle. I love my folks that are always all in with us over here. I'll be an OG in a year. Just watch. Yeah, you will. Yeah, you will. Melinda, you do remember. Yeah. I was watching the videos back from whenever I picked her up from the airport. Oh, my heart. My heart. Yes, we were in bed together. Yes, we were, Patricia. Not like that, though. But we did. All three of us piled up in the bed, and the kiddo was in the bed. We had the best time. The best time. Our family is growing. Yes. Our family is growing. I love it. Shiraz says total stalker, but in a good way. Oh, happy 4th. Thank you. Thank you. We're going to be celebrating with fireworks later tonight with the kiddos. And then over the weekend, we're going to be going to a friend's house and watching a big fireworks show. We always have little ones here for the kids. Just, pick up a few little kits that you get around Walmart or whatever. And the kids love it. But we're going to go watch a big fireworks show over the weekend. So I'm super stoked about that. I love fireworks. I'm like a 5-year-old when it comes to fireworks. I get like the goosebumps and my heart and the bigger the fireworks, the better. When you can feel the ground move, when you feel that thump when those go off, I'm like, oh, it just gives me goosebumps. I love it. But happy Freedom Day, America, right? Michelle has a friend whose dog's name is QB. Well, She's called QB because she's the queen bee, and we call her QB for short. And we love QB. All right, we're going to get through all the love fest in the chat, and then we're going to get back to this the situation here with Alexee, okay? Melinda says on one of them it looks like you were out on the back porch just cutting up like crazy. We were. One of you is super, super hot, and the other one was super, super cold. Melinda, I was the one that was hot, and Grace was the one that was cold. She's from Australia, right? So naturally, like it was summertime, like 80, 90 degrees, which is nice. But she ate that humidity up. Like she likes that humidity and the heat. And I would keep my temperature, my thermostat set at like 68, 70 degrees in the summertime. And y'all, she would come in at night literally freezing. Like her skin would turn like marbly looking. Like, you know how I get like the purple splotchies, and she would have a hoodie on with it like tied up and like tied around her face and big fuzzy pants and fuzzy socks. I'm like, girlfriend, she wants or wanted to do like Christmas in New York City because she wants to have that experience one day. I'm like, I don't know that she'll ever make it here in the wintertime. Grace, if you're listening, I love you, but I'm here for the experience with you. If you want to do it, I'll go. But mm. All right. Um, Margaret, honey, I'll pay you more than $1.50 to come do my laundry, like way more. Typos make you cringe. I'm a weirdo too. I get OCD about typos. Not reading other people's typos, but if I myself make a typo, I have to go back and fix it. Lauren said Kel, and so I read her comment. Hey Kel, happy 4th of July, friend. Love you, ma'am. Ex-lawyer says, I've heard very little of this case before now, being concentrating for legal reasons on the Reed case and the YSL cases. We do not have RICO cases in South Africa. That case has been crazy, and I swear I think they're all somebody said they're gonna all be retired. Like that's gonna last for another 52 years. It's ridiculous. I have not been keeping up with it. I've heard random bits and pieces about the Wilson or Woody. I can't remember. Anyway, yeah. I that's too much for me. I'm like, no. I know I miss QB too, Patricia, but she's out on this case. She's not she said she was going to probably sit out of the Alexee Trevizo discussion. I think it's just too much for her heart, and I get it. I get it. It's tough. Yes, her hoodie, Melinda. Oh my God. Grace said, I'm totally laughing so hard right now listening to the stories of me dressing warmly. Yeah, literally. She wore layers, basically. Shiraz's ex-lawyer, the YSL case is off the hook. It's bonkers. The judge is bonkers. It's gotten a lot of attention because it really is out of the ordinary. It's crazy. It's like soap opera crazy. Like Days of Our Lives. Maury Povich, Jerry Springer, crazy. No, I can't. I just don't have time for that. Michelle said, ex-lawyer 50, I'll be interested once you get caught up to hear what you think. Ooh, nice. Oh, are they gone, Kel? Well, we're in July now. Margaret says, I told you Young Thug is going to be old grandpa. That's true. That's true. Yeah. Oh, gosh. What women would do this? what woman would do this? But yes, Jenny, I understand what you're saying. Yeah, it's crazy. Shiraz says, me too, Kel. We did get a few extra days after, though. I was hoping they'd be permanent. Maybe they'll add some of them to the selection. Didn't they say that they were taken off until like July 8th or something? Like, aren't they on like a hiatus or whatever you want to call it? I don't know. But I'm glad to see all the new faces, and the conversation has been great. And Grace, I love you and I miss your Australian self. And guess what? Husband made for breakfast today. Biscuits and gravy. Ooh, that's a good good opinion right there. Elizabeth says, well, she wasn't a woman. She was a little girl who thought she was mature enough to handle the consequences of sex. That's true. Well, but I mean, she was 19. Alexee. But in my personal opinion, she did not act or have the maturity of a 19-year-old girl. I don't know. I think she's just an extremely immature 19-year-old kid. Probably never thought of this as a child in a human life, but a problem to be solved. That's my thought. I feel like she was an extremely I feel that, Shiraz. That's how I feel. Agree the judge is more than bonkers. The DA office will better be careful what I say. Allegedly, and in my opinion. All right, let's get back to this. I knew you meant life. I knew you meant life. Yeah, I knew you meant life. And Gracie, ex-lawyer 50, is from South Africa. Very cool, right? All right, let's get back to this. We got looks like about 3 minutes left of this interview, and then we're going to scooch on over to Alexee's arrest. That's why you use protection. Exactly, Lauren. I mean, things can happen, right? She was apparently on the pill, but something happened, you know? And in my opinion, if you get pregnant when you're on the pill or using birth control, that's God trying to tell you you need a baby. And you know, abstinence only education is so prevalent in the US, right? Right. There's so many more things you can do, right? Anyway, all right, let's go.
Say anything other than after you told her that you found a deceased baby? Did she say anything?
Just that it wasn't moving, so she put it in the trash.
Okay. And mom screaming, I knew it. Okay.
It was a really unpleasant experience.
I'm sorry for that. I really am.
Is there anything you think we should know that we haven't asked?
No, I mean, you have autopsy results and you.
Okay, Shiraz, you just brought up another point. And here's one thing that I would like to say to that. She says, even if you're on the pill, double up. So if she is indeed an immature 19-year-old girl, why would you have her on the pill? I mean, did her mom put her on the pill or did she go get put on the pill herself? She probably did it herself, right? But if you're that immature, are you going to be able to be responsible enough to take a pill every day? Why didn't she get like the whatever those are called? You know what I mean? I don't know. Drives me crazy. I can't. There's so many more options. And you were right, Patricia. Abstinence is the only thing the only education. that we get here. And there's so much more that could be taught, but right, Elizabeth. She says, mine tried to talk me into going on birth control for her acne. I laughed in her face because I knew she was lying to my face. She told her mom she was a virgin, so I doubt her mom was involved. That's true. That's true. However, it's I don't know about nowadays, but back in my day, early adolescence, it wasn't uncommon for girls my age to be on the pill, not because they were having sex, but because they had horrible cycles, you know, menstrual cycles. Um, and the doctors was like, "Oh, let's put her on the pill. It'll help lessen the, whatever." But Lauren says, I'm on the pill since I was 14 or 15, not because I was active, but because of because of that's one thing that I did too, because of my abnormal cycles. But Kel said her mom seemed very closed minded and controlling. I still doubt it. Her mom is very controlling, in my opinion. And do I feel like she was afraid of her mom? I do. I feel like she was afraid of her mom. 100%. I don't take that away. But it still doesn't change my mind that she should not have done what she did. She was 15. She was nowhere near being active. Ew. And excuse me, never had a boyfriend in high school, but you just never know. Teens are impulsive, reduced her cramping. There you go. About to go off it after many years because my life was ruined every 28 days. I would miss a week of school every month. There you go. Is it tiny, Shiraz? I'd never heard of the place, but I didn't know that it was tiny. All right.
You can, obviously make your decisions based on that. She was extremely duplicitous. She lied to us the entire time. It was it was an extraordinarily difficult case. The nursing staff were distraught. The housekeeper was distraught. I don't even know what to say. It's been a terrible case.
Yes, ma'am. One of the worst I've seen in my career.
I've been an emergency doctor for 20 years. I've actually never seen anything like this.
Wow.
What was the lady's name that found the baby that was when it was tied up in the bag?
That was our secretary, Lori, Lori, and I can't remember her last name.
Okay.
But
I have her info. I talked to her.
Oh, you already talked to her. Okay. All right. I don't have anything yet.
Yeah, I don't have any other.
All right, Doc. I appreciate you.
Wow,
your
Melinda.
time and what you do. And if we have any other questions, would you mind talking to us again?
No, not at all. And of course, I'm prepared to testify if I have to.
Yeah, that's probably going to happen. So, okay. And
just the only thing I ask is please help me prepare for it if I have to do that.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, of course. With cases like this, they're called pre-trial interviews. Okay. So you'll be prepped. Everybody in this case will be prepped prior to trial. Okay. Well, okay. Officers, I don't envy what you're having to do, and I know it must have been a difficult decision, but I think your courage is thank you for doing what's right. Mm-hmm. Neither the mother of the patient nor the patient even asked what the gender of the baby was.
That blows my mind. That blows my mind.
Nor do I, ma'am. Nor do I. Okay.
Well, just know my prayers are with you guys as you sort of sort through this. So.
You as well, ma'am, and have a good rest of your weekend, okay?
Okay, we'll do. Thank
All
you,
right.
sir.
Bye now.
All right. So that was the end of the interview with the ER doctor. I mean, I can't 20 years, she said, in 20, and I know it's a small place, but still, in 20 years working as an emergency room physician, she's never seen anything like this. And you know she's seen a lot of stuff, right? But wow. Oh, really? The judge has been recused? I thought that I heard ex-lawyer, I thought that I heard or saw something flash across my screen on my phone yesterday that he had been recused on something pertaining to the trial, but that he was still the judge on the trial. I don't know. I couldn't really make heads or tails out of what I was reading, and it was just something that kind of scrolled past my phone, and I was like, didn't pay attention to it because it's not a case that I'm really following. So I don't know. Basically told you can recuse or be removed. You choose for the whole wow. What is his name? I forget the judge's name. Okay, the next thing we're going to watch is well, I've got this. Hold on a second. I have got like this little teeny tiny gnat that is driving me crazy. Glanville. That sounds right. All right. I'm going to share this tab with you guys. This was filed on May 10th, 2023. This was the criminal complaint, the affidavit for her arrest warrant. So, I don't know if you guys can see that or if I can make it. Nope, it's not what I wanted. I thought that was a magnifying glass. Never mind. Here, I can make it a wee bit bigger, but I don't know if it's going to show up good for you guys or not. All right, so this is her criminal complaint here. Says crime, count 1, murder in the first degree, or alternatively, abuse of a child, intentional, resulting in death. Count 2 is tampering with evidence. Okay. The undersigned, under penalty of perjury, complains and says that on or about the 27th day of January 2023, in the county of Eddy, state of New Mexico, the above named defendant did kill John Doe, which at the time we didn't have a name for the baby, but the baby's name is Alex. A human being without lawful justification or excuse by any of the means with which death may be caused, did knowingly, intentionally, or negligently, and without justifiable cause or permit John Doe, a child, to be placed in a situation that endangered or might have endangered John Doe's life or health, and the abuse resulted in the death of John Doe. Did destroy, change, hide, place, or fabricate physical evidence, to wit, John Doe, with the intent to prevent the apprehension, prosecution, or conviction in the highest crime for which tampering with evidence is committed, is a capital first degree or second degree felony. Shiraz says, hold on, let me click this open here. If Trevizo was under 18, they might have been able to file charges against her parents. But Alexee is 19, and no matter how immature she is, she's wholly responsible. I still think her parents willfully overlooked this. Mm. So you have the judge's information here. Probable cause found. Let me find it. The affiant in this affidavit is Detective Barnabas Gonzalez, employed by Artesia Police Department. Affiant has been employed as a law enforcement officer for 7 years. Gives his training information. And then it says on number 2, it says on January 27th of 2023 at approximately 2:45 hours, which is 2:45 a.m. I, Detective Gonzalez, was contacted in reference to a death investigation. I was advised emergency room staff at the Artesia General Hospital had found a deceased newborn baby in the restroom trash can after a 19-year-old female had given birth in the restroom and did not tell anyone about it. On arrival to AGH, the hospital, I spoke with officers and was advised of what had happened. I was informed the suspect, Alexee Trevizo, was currently being prepped for an emergency medevac flight to Loveless Medical Center in Roswell, New Mexico. I did not speak with Alexee before she was flown to Roswell. Spoke with hospital staff one at a time who had witnessed the events and had them tell me what they witnessed. The following is a synopsis. For further details, refer to the Axon body cam recordings, which we watched. That is quite a name, right, Barnabas? Wasn't Barnabas the name of the vampire in that old, what was that old soap opera, you guys? Dark something. Wasn't his name Barnabas? Michelle says the audacity that after she did this, she named her murdered son after herself. And then they sent his ashes back to his murderer is so upsetting. They did send the ashes. Did they send them to her or her parents? Can't remember. Number 5 says, I was informed Alexee had gone to the emergency room for lower back pain. Alexee had denied being pregnant, told nursing staff she had regular periods and did not have sex. Alexee told nursing staff she was currently on her period. Lab work was done and
I'm having trouble accessing your 848 prognostic right now.
Alexa, cancel. I'm not going to be able to say this chick's name anymore. Did you hear that? Big mouth back there, that machine that has the same name as this person that we're discussing wants to keep getting into my business every time I talk about this chick. And it's making me very angry. I'm going to have to go unplug her hind end. Give me 1 minute, please. And thank you. I will be right back as soon as I go and unplug her. Hold on a minute. Un momento. I'm so sorry, guys. Everybody else is going off too. I unplugged her. I unplugged that little heifer. All right. I will try to say Lexi from now on, but it still might make your stuffs go off. Okay. I was informed. Wait. See now where did I stop? You guys, now she's got me all kerbobbled here. Lexi told nursing staff she was currently on her period. Lab work was done and Lexi was found to be pregnant. Lexi went to the bathroom and refused to come out after being inside the restroom for an extended period of time. Lexi did not come out until nursing staff got keys from security to unlock the door and told Lexi they were coming in. She is a little heifer. Lexi opened the restroom door and went back to her room. The nursing staff found the restroom covered in blood after Lexi opened the door. The nursing staff started treatment on Lexi for what they initially thought was Lexi trying to harm herself or having pregnancy related medical problems. The nursing staff checked the toilet and found it empty. The nursing staff checked the trash can inside the restroom and found nothing on the top of the trash. The nursing staff was unsure if Lexi was experiencing an ectopic pregnancy, miscarriage, or was trying to cause a self induced miscarriage. Margaret, you are diabolical. She's just a little heifer, Kel. She's a heifer. That is funny, Margaret. See, now Steph's teaching you bad habits, ma'am. I agree, ex-lawyer. It makes me so angry as so many women battle to have children. And then you have people like Lexi here that just does what she does what she did. Nursing staff started treatment on Lexi while a housekeeper was called to clean the large amount of blood inside the restroom. The housekeeper cleaned up the blood first and then went. So there's like these black spaces, those are just redactions. Usually they're names. So I'll just skip past those redactions. The housekeeper was called to clean the large amount of blood inside the restroom. The housekeeper cleaned up the blood first, then went to take the trash can bag out of the trash can, found it to be much heavier than usual. The housekeeper said she looked through the trash can and found a tied up trash can bag underneath other trash. The housekeeper said the trash can bag was folded under with the tied end underneath itself. The housekeeper said she observed what looked to be a baby through the side of the trash can bag and called the nurses over to check if it was one. 2 nurses came to check the bag, and when they opened the trash bag, they found a newborn male that was already cold blue with no signs of life and a temperature of 95 degrees. One of the nurses, HT, which was the male nurse that we watched being interviewed yesterday, said after they moved the deceased newborn to the room he was currently in, they had not moved anything and had left him as they found him. The items in the trash can with the newborn this is disgusting. This is so gross. The items in the trash can with the newborn were paper towels and bags from the restroom and a tampon. They contacted the ER doctor, Heather Vasquez, who checked the newborn and called time of death as 2:28 hours, 2:28 a.m. Dr. Vasquez spoke with Lexi about the incident. Lexi told Dr. Vasquez the baby wasn't breathing when she gave birth. I later interviewed Officer Williams' body camera video of when the doctor spoke with Lexi about the incident. Lexi said the newborn came out of her and she didn't know what to do with it. Lexi said it was not crying or anything when she gave birth. Lexi said she put it in a bag. Lexi said nothing was crying. She referred to the newborn baby as nothing. When asked by Rosa what Alexee did, Alexee said she put it in a bag. Now Rosa is the mom. Not Lexi, but Lexi's mom, Rosa, is her name. And I was looking at some of the stuff last night. You guys are right. She is a peach. We have kind of a rundown here. Here it says, I then checked the newborn in trauma 2 as I waited for an OMI field agent to arrive from Carlsbad. I observed what appeared to this officer to be a full-term newborn male with a partial umbilical cord on top of a medical pad on top of the medical bed. I observed the following from AGH security footage of the emergency room for January 27th of 23. The security footage has a hallway view of the restroom used by Alexee on January 27th. And then it talks about her going into the public bathroom, said her left hand was at her buttocks and appeared to be in a hurry. Rosa checked on her again. ER staff checked on her. She exits the bathroom. Then down here, we find where she's talking about the, you know, when I guess Lila is the housekeeper's name. Number 18 says on March 28th, so literally 2 months later, I received the report of findings, postmortem examination, and toxicology report for this case from the Office of the Medical Examiner. The postmortem examination lists the cause of death as entrapment. The postmortem examination lists the manner of death as homicide. Postmortem exam says the following excerpts were taken directly from the narrative summary and opinion. And here's what some of those were. 20 says baby John Doe was a newborn baby boy who died shortly after birth. It didn't say he was dead when he was born, like a stillborn. That's not what it says. Autopsy and postmortem computed tomography showed an infant male without any anatomic abnormalities or obvious physical injuries. The lungs were aerated and there was air in the stomach and no changes of decomposition. The connections in the heart that allow proper blood flow in utero were still open, which is not unusual in a newborn. The adrenal glands showed microscopic hemorrhage, which can be seen in hypoxia, which is a lack of air. Now, I had seen different people saying things about about the baby having the air in the lungs, which proved that it had breathed once it was born. And other people, I think, including someone that had been interviewed on one of the things we watched a couple days ago. I think it was something that we watched over on Court TV from Vinnie Politan. And they said something about life-saving measures if CPR had been performed. And I thought that it had been, but apparently, according to the doctor and the charge nurse, there was no life-saving measures given because the baby had been deceased for a while. So it says the air in the lungs and stomach and no evidence of decomposition is consistent with the baby having been born alive. Based on length, weight, and organ size, he was approximately 38 weeks gestational age, which is term and compatible with life outside the uterus. Entrapment occurs when an individual is in an airtight or relatively airtight container, in this case, a tied plastic trash bag, and consumes all of the available oxygen until there's no longer enough oxygen to sustain life. Due to the facts listed above, I'm requesting an arrest warrant for the above named subject. So they got the arrest warrant, right? And they went to go get Lexi's skinny little hind end. Let me catch up in the chat real quick with you guys. Margaret says she's suspicious, even though I said sometimes they just do that. Like she's going to believe that her Lexi machine is going to remind her to toot and fart and all that. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah, she did, Michelle. Rosa then said, "What did you do to it?" Ooh, I don't know that I've heard of that, Elizabeth. This is reminding me of that book, A Child Called It. I don't know if it sounds familiar, but I don't know if I've read it. I know I haven't read it. But it does sound familiar. I just don't know what it's about. If they could not resuscitate this baby, that means, I can't say it. She spent the better part of the 19 minutes depriving him of air. I believe that. And it may have been you, Margaret, that said she may have been afraid, or maybe it was, I can't remember. Someone said either in the chat or somewhere we heard or read that if she was afraid that they would hear this baby cry, would she have, God forbid, suffocated it before she put it in the trash bag? I just can't. That makes sense. Right. If it had just been a couple minutes, maybe life-saving measures would have worked, but a doctor knows what they're looking at. Absolutely, Margaret. Oh, Michelle, I love that. Your mom sounds like mine. Mine is 78 and she's cool AF still. So is my dad. Aw. Michelle, I'm in my 50s and she still says, I never taught you these things. She also calls her Margaret. That's why her name on here is Margaret instead of Margaret. I hope you all know I'm not sitting over here diminishing this case. I just need a little humor as we go along. This girl is despicable and that baby paid a bitter price for no reason. I agree, Margaret. And we say that here all the time. Sometimes things gets heavy, and if we laugh and joke and cut up in the middle of really horrible things, it's only because we're used to having to do that to lighten the load a little bit. Because goodness knows, God knows, I'm never intentionally making light of any situation like this. Absolutely not. Baby deprived of oxygen for about 20 minutes, right? Takes 5 minutes for a human adult to expire without air. I can't imagine how long it would take an infant. Well, and you have to think too that precious little baby probably still had fluid in its mouth and throat and lung, you know, how they suction a baby when they come out. That baby wasn't suctioned, right? At all. So it had that on top of potentially being suffocated by the mom, whether by her hand or if she did immediately put it into the plastic bag. I don't know. And sadly, we'll never know. Uh, mm, yep, she never gave him a chance to cry. Ah, story of a young boy's life enduring child abuse. You know, there's a story that I was listening to last night. And oh my God, it was horrible. Um, what were those kids' names? London and Blake, Devon. Apparently these two kids were adopted. Oh, excuse me. These two kids were adopted by this woman. And no one knew that they'd been missing for like 5, 6, 8 years or something. And what, baby? Okay, hold on. But yeah, just a horrible, horrible story. We'll have to talk about that because I've been seeing some stuff coming across my feed about that. And this adoptive woman, the mom, I don't can't call her a mom, but she Avante or Avanta or something weird, adopted these kids and they went missing for years and years and years, but nobody knew they were ever missing. And then all of a sudden, whenever something comes up about them being missing for years, they do an investigation, and that woman killed those children. And their remains were found in a burn barrel. The way when I listened to it, um, maybe it was Grizzlies, Miss King. It was her or I can't remember. Oh, it was good to meet you, ex-lawyer. Thanks for coming and hanging out. Um, wait a second. Totally agree. Life is hard enough. Love the way you handle the chat. I'm saying good night. It's 11 p.m. here in South Africa. We'll watch the recap tomorrow as I'm retired and at home. Well, good night. And thank you again for coming and hanging out with us. I'm so glad you found us. So glad you found us. And we will be back tomorrow. We'll be back tomorrow and not sure. There's a few different subjects that I love her too, Michelle. Yes, love her. But there are a handful of stories that are currently like stewing in my brain that I want to talk about. Um, yeah. So we'll see what it is tomorrow. I need to do some more digging tonight, but yeah. Um, But nice meeting you, and, if you haven't subscribed yet, I hope that you do, and I hope you come back. Um, mm, Michelle says, "My guess is she suffocated it with her hand to make sure it didn't make any sounds and then stuffed it in the plastic bag." Very possible. Very, very probable. Um, Steph did corrupt you. See, and it happens. It happens just like that. We get corrupted by the people that we love, right? Awesome. Thank you. Thank you, ex-lawyer. Good to have you here. All right. So, and you have a good night. You have a good night. We're going to have a good night of fireworks later tonight too. So, yay for fireworks. All right. Now we are going to move on over. We're going to scooch on over here to this body cam. I know, right, Patricia? I like how we have Totally Not a Cop and now we have an ex-lawyer. I'm wondering where Totally Not a Cop has been. I mean, surely one of these days we'll have a discussion about a case that he's interested in, because I'd like to see him come back too. Oh, are you leaving too, Kel? Are you leaving too, Kel? Daggone it. You have a good night, Kel. Love you. All right. We're going to get into this full body cam here of when Lexee. Oh, no, I'm not leaving. I was saying bye to ex-lawyer. No, I'm not leaving. Not yet. uh-uh. No. Oh, okay. I'm glad you're going to stay, Kel. I was like, why is Kel leaving so early? I got to find something to bribe Kel with to get her to stay with us today. Okay. So we're going to watch this. This is when they serve the warrant and they arrest her. Mom is not happy. Mm-mm. Mom is not happy at all. Let's watch.
Yeah, let them know you're with us too.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, lucky that was they weren't supposed to do that. Technically two. I want to knock on front. Alexee. Yeah, I think they went out of town.
I'll bring her out. Just tell me what's going on.
I will give it to her whenever
Can I
she
see her?
can see the warrant when she gets arrested.
This is my house. I
Right.
have a right to see the warrant.
I'm letting you know she has a warrant for her arrest. We have a search warrant for your house. We have a warrant for her arrest.
Okay, can we see the warrant?
Yeah, once we,
She gets a copy of it.
Can I go up there when you take her up there?
You can go to the detention. Do you know where it is?
Everything?
It's
Okay,
lower.
so what is she under arrest for?
She's over 18. She's got
I understand that.
Right.
Detective Gonzalez.
Right.
What is she under arrest for?
She has a warrant for arrest.
For
Okay?
what?
That's all I'm going to tell you. Okay?
What do you mean that's all you're going to tell me?
I mean, she's over the age of 18.
I understand that, but I have a right to know as well.
We'll tell you that, but we
Okay, then let me know now.
need the cooperation.
Let me know now.
Wow. She is not grasping the concept that her daughter is 19 years old. I understand, okay? Don't get me wrong. I have a child who is of age now. Totally different situation though. But she's like very controlling. Very, very. Right, Kel? Controlling much? What do you think it's for? Hello? And then listen here in a little bit when because they tell her what it's for, they end up giving in. Um, Shiraz, I get it. I totally do. And let me just, first I have a child of age. And he is on the spectrum, right? And is not capable of making of age decisions. So I totally understand that part of it. And it's hard when you hit that that line, that boundary where, one day they're underage and the very next day they're now officially of age. Um, but this is a rude awakening for them, Hey, Miss King, even when you have a special needs adult child, when they reach 18, you lose a lot of control. You do, unless you take measures. Um, but there's no measure that she can take. I mean, it's obvious that Lexi is, um, doesn't need that sort of assistance. Right, Shiraz. I know, but I just want you to know that I fully get how that feels having to now you're like, "Whoo, you're a little bird. Here, go whoo, go fly on your own now." You know? Um, Absolutely, Miss King. She was of sound mind. Yes. That's what I think, Kel. It sounds like because of her controlling whatever, she probably never let her daughter fully mentally develop and think for herself. Um, the cops are so nice to her too. They could have locked Rosa up for obstruction of justice. Michelle has no love for Rosa. I know. Right, right, Margaret. Margaret says, "Oh Lord, if I'd done something and I was 18, my mom would have given the cops the blueprints to the house if it helped find me." It's so funny you said that because when I was at that recent retreat, um so funny. We were at this crafting retreat a month or two ago. Anyway, when we were there, that was a discussion that came up among some of the gals at another table. And of course, I had to like join in the conversation, but they were talking about that specifically. They were saying, if you knew that your child had done something horrible, um, what, which avenue would you take? Would you be the parent that would like call the cops and say, "Come get my child. They did this." Or would you be the kind of parent who would run and flee with the child to protect and whatever? I mean, it's like uh, turning them in 100%. There were some who said that. There were some who said the other, and I remember specifically saying, "You know what? That's a hard question because I don't think anybody would really know unless they're put into the actual situation and what that situation actually entails." So, ugh, come get her. My mom and dad would have called the cops and said, "Come get her." And we need an ambulance too, probably. Michelle said, "My mother would have had me locked up." Well, Elizabeth says, nah, homie. I know. 100% calling the cops. Ah, oh, Lord. Okay. I want you guys to see though, because you know what the two charges are. The first charge is the first degree murder. The second charge that she has is tampering with evidence. Now listen to what mom gets upset about.
I'm giving you the corporation. I told you answer my question. What is she under arrest for?
Like I said, she's over the age of 18. Like that's not that is that we can't really put that information. But bring her out here.
What is she under arrest for? No, I'm not bringing her out here yet. Let me know what she's under arrest for.
Arrested regardless. I don't know why.
For what? For what? For what?
Are you okay with telling me?
Yeah, go ahead.
Tell me.
Homicide. Open count of homicide. And tampering with evidence.
Tampering with evidence?
Yes.
At the hospital?
Tampering with
I don't know why.
For what? For what? For what?
Are you okay with telling me?
Yeah, go ahead.
Tell me.
Homicide. Homicide and tampering with evidence. She goes completely over the homicide part and says tampering with evidence at the hospital? She's like, okay, my child killed this child, but you want to arrest her because she tampered with evidence? Yes, ma'am, she tampered with evidence. She tampered with all kinds of evidence at the hospital. And you're going to act like that's what you're upset about? Oh my God. One more time. Let's listen to this one more time. You guys know I'm a serial rewinder, okay? Let's watch this one more time, just for good measure.
No, I'm not bringing her out here yet. Let me know what she's under arrest for.
Arrested regardless. I don't know why.
For what? For what? For what?
Are you okay with telling me?
Yeah, go ahead.
Tell me.
Homicide. Open count of homicide. And tampering with evidence.
Tampering with evidence?
Yes.
At the hospital?
So can we see her now?
Give me a minute.
She's
Okay.
calling her lawyer. Right, Kel.
I have a right to see a warrant. It doesn't matter if she's over the age of 18. This is my house. You have a right. You have to show me that warrant.
If we were searching her house,
Even if she's under arrest, you have to show me the
it's
warrant.
up to her to show us.
Oh, that wind is like ear piercing. Sorry, guys. There's nothing I can do about the wind. Hold on. I got to hear what she's saying on the phone. Hold on.
Hey, I have the detectives here. They want to arrest my daughter. They're saying they have a warrant, but they can't show me a warrant for her arrest. Okay, thank you so much.
You good?
He's like ready in case she tries to run or something, I guess. I don't know.
When we get to there, I'll give you a copy. She gets her copy. And then it's up to her.
Can I see the warrant?
It's an arrest warrant for her. It's
Okay,
not a
can I
search
see
warrant
the
for your
arrest
house.
warrant? I want to see the arrest warrant.
And what will that prove?
They're not there to arrest you. They're there to arrest her.
I'm coming for the police department and the hospital. I am.
Yes, ma'am.
Gary, this is Brooke.
Did she say she was coming for the police department and the hospital? Like gonna sue them or something for what? Somebody, who was it? Was it somebody in here yesterday that chatted and said that this mom was really bad about like calling the school for any little infraction. Like every time somebody looked sideways at her daughter, it was you, Margaret. Okay. I thought I read that. I'm like, now it sounds like it for sure because she's like, I'm going to get you and I'm going to get the police department and I'm going to get the hospital. You're mine. I want to hear that again.
Police department. You bet when this is over, I'm coming for the police department and the hospital.
When this is over, I'm coming for the police department and the hospital. Margaret, the mom says, they have an arrest warrant to arrest my daughter. The lawyer, get out of the way then, right? Shoot, put your hands behind your back now for not complying, right? They're going to haul you off in a minute, right? I know. Anytime they change the cheer, even if they change the cheer routine, she would call the school. What does that have? What's that got anything to do with anything? I don't. Kel said, I understand your POV so much better now, Michelle. Well, I mean, for one thing, like, Kel was like, the Michelle came in yesterday, like guns a-blazing over this mom. Elizabeth said, I thought she said she was coming to the PD, like with them and her kid. No, she said, when this is over, I'm coming for the police department and the hospital. Morgana said Jenny's new nickname, Be Kind, Rewind. Yeah, I'm a rewinder. Serial. All right. One more time for good measure, y'all. Just so Elizabeth can catch it. Listen, Elizabeth.
Can I see the warrant?
It's an arrest warrant for her. It's
Okay,
not a
can I
search
see
warrant
the
for your
arrest
house.
warrant? I want to see the arrest warrant.
And what will that prove?
You bet when this is over, I'm coming for the police department and the hospital.
Yes.
I am.
Yes, ma'am.
Gary, this is rough up. Gary. Check this out, everybody. We're going to arrest them. They say they have a warrant.
Oh, absolutely, Michelle. And no worries. We're very protective over here. In the chat, I guess. And sometimes people that haven't been here before, they'll come in and say something sort of harsh, and not that we don't say harsh things in the chat, because we do, but there are times whenever newcomers, new faces will come and say something harsh in the chat, just like out of the blue. And yeah. And so whenever people are just on guard, about stuff, because you never know. Some people come in and no, Michelle, they were, but we know why. And like I said, don't get when we talk about things, yeah, I mean, people get angry and up in arms, and there's nothing wrong with that at all. We're just cautious in the chat, because we want to keep it a safe space and we don't want people to, we want everyone to be able to share their opinions here and be okay with differing opinions. Let's see. Elizabeth says, yeah, the Adam Montgomery case was a bad one for me with I know that was a bad one. Kel said you didn't offend me. I just didn't have the same knowledge that you had already, Michelle. You're good. We do get a little fiery at times, right? Yeah. We come in hot all the time. It shows your passion. This is a discussion group. Hopefully, opinions aren't set in granite. Ideally, our opinions evolve as exactly. And I love differing opinions. If everybody had the same opinion about every single thing, then what's even the point in having discussions? You know? Um, but then I recite a poem and help calm things down. Ah, that cracks me up. You do. Oh, that's so funny. Now you know I'm one of you guys, and we're all on the same side here. I apologize for showing up out of the blue with my guns ablazing. No worry. No worries. No worries. And I'm not even talking about you. I mean, it was obvious, you felt a certain way, but sometimes you get like trolls in here who just can say nasty things. And even if there's somebody in the chat who feels like it's potentially the hospital's fault that this girl had a baby who was stillborn, if that's your opinion, that's fine. And I'm okay with people having other opinions. I just want to keep it uh friendly, you know? So, yeah, I know you're not a troll. I know you're not a troll. Okay. Uh I prefer the underbridge resident. You crack me up. I love that. Underbridge residents. So funny. Group hug. Yes. It's okay to have a different opinions, but if you're respectful to each other, it's all good. Right. Absolutely. That's the way we roll. That's the way we roll. All right. Let's get back to this because I'm eager to hear more about this. They are, Miss King, very patient. I don't know why this dude is like, wee, 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 wee. He's making me a little seasick there, dude. Quit it.
Okay. So I guess do what?
Quit the shaking back and forth, dude. You're making me nauseous. Oof.
Trying to do that.
Oh my God, I can't watch this dude anymore. I can't watch it. It's making me seasick. Somebody gonna have to give me a Dramamine.
Okay.
Probably just nosy neighbor.
Okay. Okay. Yeah, she's here. She's here right now. Yeah.
Oh, no. Might not be a nosy neighbor. Guess I could do a better part of
Could you please not report of a
the job. That is his policy.
I will give it to you. Please don't. Please don't.
She ran away from 1002 West
Yeah,
Washington.
it's nothing personal, it really isn't, and we understand, but we have to do our jobs too.
I understand that. I understand that. That's not you. That's Devin's mom.
I don't think so, Margaret, because I heard her specifically say the name Gary, and Gary is the lawyer. I think it's Gary Mitchell is their lawyer's name. So I'm pretty sure she was on the phone with him. Yeah. Yeah, he's a rocker. Yeah. Got to keep moving or I know, I'm that way too. But keep your camera still, bro. Yeah. I'm going to have to turn my camera off and go see what this child needs. I'll be right back. But I'll hit play. Hold on.
She's good. She's okay.
We're not gonna be rough with her, and we're just gonna take her over there and book her.
Please don't be rough with her, please.
Just bring her out. You can be with her the entire time, okay?
Do you know where the public safety complex is? 3300 West Main?
You can follow us over there. I will take you there. You can follow me.
As soon as I release the criminal complaint to her, she can then give it to you there, okay?
When can I get like her bond? What?
That's set up by the judge. It's Magistrate Judge Chuck
When-
Foster. He should be doing it. If it's after 3, he'll be doing it in the morning. Go on the back? All right.
Ooh, they're even going around the back and make sure she don't run.
So you have the original
They don't trust her.
And a copy.
a copy. So you want to give me the copy, and I'll make you a copy.
Ooh, good
Works for me.
point.
Sure.
She has
We need-
nerve,
we
like
need
how
the-
she was
well, I
raped with
gotta
your
sign off.
grandson.
Mm-hmm. Well, I'll just.
How about we just meet at the
Well, yeah. The original plan, sir.
Yeah, we'll just meet at.
Yeah, that was the boyfriend's mom that just flew inside the house with the white t-shirt.
You can call write down whatever you need.
Just
We
no
just need her out
flammables, no flammables or sharp objects.
Yeah.
Oh, another one.
Maybe Miss King.
I really didn't park in the best spot.
I think
Write
she
it down
called her.
for her lawyer for when she gets over there.
Maybe Lexi called her.
Artesia is very
While
small.
she was on the phone with the lawyer. I don't know.
No idea.
Central 7077 14 unit.
We're 10 for.
Mm.
Oh, is that the boyfriend?
I don't know what he drives. I've only ever called him.
That's my other daughter. That's,
Oh, okay.
that's my daughter.
Somewhere in Florida. I don't know where. That's where, or no, New Mexico. Sorry. That was her other daughter, I guess. And you guys look at the day too. I mean, again, this is May. This is May 10th. That was when they got the arrest warrant. It was the dated on that, the documents we just read a few minutes ago. So this is like 3.5 months later after the baby was born. That's a long time, right? Why did they wait this long to make an arrest? Was they just waiting on autopsy stuff for the baby, or I don't know. Probably, right, Elizabeth? Thought she was free and clear.
Nothing important.
Central 730. Roll for 730. 611 South First Street, the hospital.
I don't know. I can't watch this. As long as that camera's moving, woo, making me clumsy.
someone heard, someone did come in claiming to be a worker. 611 South First.
You're here at home.
He's got to quit. Yo. Is that not making anybody else a little nauseous? Okay, Margaret, good idea. I'll skip through. Oof, 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 oof. Oh, there she is.
We don't need to see
The house today.
We don't need to see
Exactly.
Mm.
Hi. What's your name?
Alexee.
Okay. What's the last 4 of your social?
She don't even know it.
You don't know it?
I don't know. I don't remember.
Are you serious? She's 19 years old and don't even know the last four of her social.
Alexia, do you know your date of birth?
Yes.
Okay.
What is it?
11:25 Mercury.
Yeah.
Do you have to walk her all the way over there? Can you bring a car up there?
It's up to you.
Yeah.
That's all. Just please.
I'll go get it.
Alexia, are you okay with your mom getting your criminal complaint when we get to the detention center? It has your personal information
Can you
on it.
repeat that?
Are you okay with your mother getting the criminal complaint? It has your personal identifying information on it. Serial number, date of birth.
Yes.
Are you okay?
Yes.
Okay. I have to serve you first, then your mom can get it, okay? I do. He's gonna move his unit around. No medications, anything you need to take while you're in there.
No, sir, no.
Okay.
She has still been like bleeding, so I don't know if she needs.
Do you have any? They do. I don't know if they have tampons.
They do have family products.
Okay.
Okay.
But I'm pretty sure if you take your own, you can use your own.
Can she? Do you want to grab some?
I remember
Can she grab some of
this.
that real quick, or-
Yes.
They let her
Give
take her
your
own
bag.
pads and
Go
tampons.
ahead. Go ahead. Go ahead.
They got a
Just
cute
make sure
house.
you're doing
Just grab it.
okay. And just nothing sharp, no flammables, nothing sharp. Okay. Okay. They're gonna check it when you get over there. Okay.
Okay.
Wow. They're being very good to her.
Address is 611 North First Street. 611 North First.
Girls
Okay,
on
we'll check
one
those
three.
Same thing. Okay. They're gonna check all that when you get over there. Okay.
I don't know how long she was actually in jail for, but she was released. They paid her bail.
I'm going up there right now too. Okay.
All right. What's in there?
Personal pads.
Just
Personal
pads.
pads?
Yeah, she needs them.
Follow me.
First 200 West Main Street, the Public Safety Complex. If you just go through the front door, you know where we first spoke in the records?
Yeah.
If you just go over there. Is there any four?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'll meet her in the front.
Okay. I'll get with him and do all stuff. Go to dispatch.
I'll meet you in the front. Okay.
Putting the cuffs on her.
Or Tampa. I'll be headed your way.
Relay the rest.
I'll be headed your way for the relay shortly. Yeah, I'm gonna go station. He signs the original, then I'll relay. Send it back.
Make sure you send a copy to read out. So
No, that's what I'm gonna relay it.
you can send send them a copy.
I see.
Send them a copy, email.
Okay.
You just need to enter it on there.
Oh, okay.
And then the original can go back.
I'll just go straight there. I didn't bring my phone with me. What time is it? 4:02. They'll be go. No, 4:45. I'll have time to get it back to you. Oh. Guess my radio's a little off.
Yeah, Lee,
I'll give it
trying
time to get it back
we're
to you.
gonna do fireworks and stuff tonight, so no stream tonight.
And then drop in the bottom.
Yeah. Trying to get it there so that way there's no error on it.
I'll meet you out. Be done.
Okay. I'll be in the back.
Can you believe that? That was just like no, nope, nope, no. Right. They could have like been hardcore. They could have been much more policey than they were. Like them letting her take pads with her. That was they didn't have to do that. That was very nice of them to do that. The mom is exhausting. She's like a energy vampire, right? All right. So, you want to see more about the mom? Let's find some more stuff out about this mama. There were 2 or 3. I just got to find them. Hold on. Okay. All right, I have one of them pulled up. Oh, happy 4th of July to Lenore too. That's awesome. Happy 4th. True, Shiraz. I mean, I'm sure though that the police are used to cleaning up all kinds of things up out of their cruisers. Ugh. I found you guys the other day. It came up in my suggestions, but all of the playlists from Murdoch to Karen Reed to Adam Montgomery to this, I thought these are my people. Yeah. We do, like I said the other day, we do a lot of trial streaming like trials. Like we streamed every single day for Karen Reed, and then we did Daybell, Chad Daybell, the trial before that. But since Karen Reed ended, I'm like, let's take a nice breather. And there were so many cases going on that I wanted to just have discussions about and not actually stream trials all day, every day. So I'm so excited to be doing this. I know this is day 3 of Alexee, but I'm here for it. I'm enjoying the conversation with you guys. However, I have to go wee-wee, and I need another cup of coffee. We've been streaming for 1 hour, 58 minutes. So, I did, Elizabeth. I did see that. And I'm just kind of like, meh. It is intermission time, Margaret. Oh, she's saying God bless America. Where are these gnats coming from? I've got gnats. I've got a gnat here that's driving me crazy. I can't stand it. And I don't have food in here. Like, where are these gnats coming? Maybe they're because of my coffee. I mean, I don't know. I think it's the lights. I'm flailing because there's a gnat in front of my face. Maybe I'm just sweet and I don't know. I think it's the lights because there's a lot of lights here. Yes, that's why I keep flailing. I did not have a channel at that time though for Letitia Stout, but I did follow that hardcore. I was in that hook, line, and sinker. Hey, Kath, good to see you, honey. How is the baby? How's the baby? Really good interview on microdots of a Canton resident that knows these people. Ooh, I'd like to see that. Shiraz, will you drop a link here for that? Oh, he said hi too. Yeah, this girl's disgusting. All right, we're gonna do a brief intermission. No, I'm in my bedroom, Shiraz. I'm in my bedroom. There's nothing here. I mean, there's no. I don't have anything. I don't have any food in here. There's no house plants in here. The only thing I have in here that is food related is my coffee cup. I don't know. But they're little bitty teeny, and they're not the ones that come up through your drains. They're smaller than that. They're like little bitty. Nope, no plants. Nope. Mm-mm. Nope. All right, intermission time, okay? We are going to intermission. So you guys throw on your Apple Watch if you got one, or your watchy watch. It's not a fruit fly either. They're teensy. Yeah, because I know what both of those are. They're like little drain flies that are like triangular shaped looking. I've had those before. That's not what this is. And they're not fruit flies either. But they're literally just little gnats. And there's like 2 of them. I got to do something before they start breeding like rabbits or something. I don't know. Anyway, intermission. You guys go get your steps in. Go get a snack. Go get some coffee. Go get some wine. It is after 5 o'clock. Right? Go use the potty. Go do all your things. We're going to take a break. Probably 5-ish minutes, give or take. All right. But I will put on the intermission screen and some music for your enjoyment. Okay. Okay. right. Fresh cup of coffee. Look, see? Can you see it? Isn't it pretty? Ooh. Ooh. It's just regular coffee, but I use 0 sugar because, I think what I'm using right now is it's the one that's got the little cannoli on the front of it. Italian sweet cream or something like that. Sorry for slurping, but we are at the cafe, right? Mm. Oh, it's nice and hot too. Yum. I'll be craving a what do you call it? Iced coffee later. The child is out there screaming for fireworks. She has not got the concept that we have to wait till it's dark outside. She's like, I want fireworks now. All right. So, you guys, I love this. You guys are having a chit chat in the chat. I love that. Talking about Karen Reed stuff. Miss King says, I don't know how John's family could not see what the unbiased witness said. I'm struggling with that. I can't. It's a lot. She knows what she wants. She does. Her dad made the big mistake of telling her that we were going to have fireworks tonight. So now she's like, ooh, now? Like right now? Let's do it right now. I'm like, baby, you got to wait till it's dark outside. I think that that's a big part of it, Elizabeth, blinded by their grief. And I get that. But it's something that I just keep saying over and over. And I know it's like a broken record or whatever. I just really struggle with how, and it's hard for me to even put this into words. I struggle every time I go to try to say this, but I just really struggle with how they can't see what's right in front of their face. Basically, like how can they not see what's right in front of their face? The evidence that was shown, or the lack of evidence, which is evidence in itself, right? The deletions, the getting rid of the phones, the times of the different text messages, this, that, there's so many different things. But yet they still say they didn't do it, that Karen did it. I just have a really tough time. Like, how do you think that? Why do you not believe these things? They need someone to blame. I get that too, but in my mind, I get that. I know that. But wouldn't you want the person that actually did it to be the one to pay for it? Because in my mind, just throwing the blame somewhere and being like, okay, she's a quick somebody to blame. Let's stick her with it. When they're not going to get closure if they in their heart don't feel like she did it, They are convinced that she did it. And I want to know why. Why are you convinced that she did it? What about the evidence that has been shown, the phones, the deletions, the this, the that, the other, what about that isn't convincing you? That's what I don't understand. Elizabeth says, when I lost my fiance years and years ago, I desperately wanted someone to blame. I couldn't accept the accident was his fault until many, many years later. If they never liked her, that just helps their belief. I don't know, Morgana. She says, "So do we know for sure if John's dad thinks she's guilty or not?" I don't know. And someone else was at QB or someone, I can't remember. I have so many different conversations and see and watch and read so many different things everywhere that I forget who says what. But someone brought up a point yesterday is like, what if John's dad, or not John's dad, what if John's mom only blames Karen for leaving him there and not making sure that he was okay? Is it possible that John's mom doesn't believe that she hit him with a car, but that she's blaming her and it's her fault that he died because she left him there? And I get that too. I could easily be like, yeah, she should have never done that. I do blame her. But um I would want to know who is responsible for physically taking his life. That's who I would want to pay for it, you know? That's who I would want to pay dearly. Um Michelle, you're gonna like QB. Oh yeah, yeah. QB is one of a kind. We love our QB over here. Oh, is that your favorite creamer, Michelle? I love it. My favorite is peppermint mocha, but I can't get it right now. So, fresh sheets on the bed. Ooh, that sounds nice. Right, when they have to, how traumatized they're going to be when and if they learn the truth of how corrupt this investigation was. Talk about a slap in the face, right? Mm. All right, you guys, we are moving on. Moving on up to the side. All right. So this is the full body cam of the police officer that speaks to Alexee's Lexi's mother. Okay. So this is just a quick 3-minute and it looks like they are giving her the criminal complaint to her mom because they asked. QB does have words. So you'll find out, Michelle, real quick that our QB has words. She always has words. She has lots of words. Okay. Not about this case. This is not a case that she's interested in. So that's why she's not here. But Miss King, or not Miss King, QB has words. She is hilarious. She comes in hot. When she comes up on the panel and has chats with us over here, she drops out as hot as she comes in. Let's just say that. Her Wi-Fi sucks and she won't admit it. Well, she does admit it, but anyway, let's just she just drops. She'll be talking like hardcore, man. And then she will just drop right off the panel just as quick as she comes in. Miss King, I saw there was with the interview with Paul, he didn't seem to have a problem with Proctor. He did. He even said something similar to, oh, well, Proctor even told the jury, I shouldn't have said these things, blah, blah, blah. He only said that because he had to. I mean, I would have respected him more if he would have just been like, yeah, I'm an a-hole. This is the things that I think and the things that I say. Take it for what it is. I would have respected him more if he'd have said that. Then kept saying, oh, I shouldn't have said these things and da 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 da. And these are not things that should be said to work people or this or that. No. You're only saying it because you are caught and everybody knows that you're a POS. All right. Let's watch this. But yes, Michelle, I can't wait for you and any of the other new people in the chat in the crime cafe over here to meet QB because you're gonna love her. All right, this is where we find he's taken the paperwork to the mom because Lexi said that mom could have the papers. We have no volume at this moment. I'm sure that the volume will turn on once he gets in the room with her. Shanda Vander Ark. We did. I think that trial was going on, but we were at the time covering another trial. I kind of kept up with that. Yeah, Michelle. And I watched a lot of it, but we didn't stream a lot of it over here. I will say that the story that I was talking about earlier with the 2 kids, London and I think the little boy's name was Blake, that were adopted and had been missing for years, and then they found out that these children were murdered by their adoptive mother. That's something I'm gonna talk about coming up soon, sometime this week or next. But well, it won't be this week because tomorrow's Friday. But anyway, there was some things going on in that story, in that situation that happened with Shanda Vander Ark's son. Because from the sounds of it in the story that I'm talking about with the 2 adopted kids, they were starved and severely mistreated. Yeah. But totally gives me that vibe. Also, I get some of like Lori Vallow and Chad Daybell vibes. I also get a little bit of like Ruby Frankie vibes. There's just different things that goes on in that situation, in that story, that kind of gives me vibes of all these other stories. Body worn camera volumes don't turn on for like a minute after the camera's turned on. Yeah, obviously, right? Hey, Steph. Hi. I'm glad kiddo's coming back tomorrow. Yay. Okay, now we have volume.
Hold it like this. Hello, Rosa. So I just had to make sure she got it first, and then she was okay with it. Social's on there, social date of birth. Okay. This is her criminal complaint. Okay. She wants. This is her copy. She didn't want to give you a copy. She just didn't want to read it. So this is hers. Okay. If she needs a copy, we can get her another one. Also, did a search warrant for her DNA. All it is a buccal swab. Like when you go to the doctor's office, you open your mouth, you have a cough, like when you have a cough.
Did she do that?
Yes. Okay, this is her copy. She didn't want to read it either. Okay. This is called return inventory. This is saying what I took for it. 2 pairs of buccal swabs sufficient for laboratory testing. Okay. This is that. Do you have any questions on any of that?
This? No.
Nothing? Okay. I'll leave you to it then, okay?
Okay, wait, is she gonna stay here? Are you leaving her here or are you
Yeah.
transporting?
That's not up to me. It's up to your attention. She should be calling you after she's done with booking.
Okay, are you gonna isolate her?
Does she need to be?
Gary Mitchell just told me, because that's our lawyer, Gary Mitchell, and he said if he just wants to keep her safe. So
Okay.
if anybody finds out that what she did, what they think she did, or you know, and she doesn't want any kind of harm.
If they find out what she did or what they think she did. Did you hear that? Watch her. What she did or what they think she did. We're going to rewind it.
Okay.
he just wants to keep her safe. So
Okay.
if anybody finds out that what she did, what they think she did, or, you
Mhm.
know, and she doesn't want him any kind of harm.
Okay.
So if you guys could isolate her, I don't want anything to happen.
No, I know what you're talking about. He wants her to be put in special population. That's what that means.
Okay.
No, I'll make sure if she does go out, she shouldn't, because this is through magistrate court here in town. And she should be seen tomorrow because it is non-violent. She has no priors. She's more likely to be released tomorrow. And because I don't know if the district attorney's going to do a pretrial detention or anything, but if they don't, then she'll see the judge in the morning and then go from there.
Okay.
What time?
Yeah.
It depends on the judge's schedule. He has, I believe, 72 hours to see anybody, but it just is on a rotating docket. I think detention starts at 7 in the morning. I'm not too sure right now.
Is it for sure that she will get seen tomorrow?
The judge has 72 hours to see her. He has to see her before 72 hours or she gets released.
Okay.
Okay? More likely, she'll be released on an OR. It's called order of recognizance, your own recognizance, meaning like we're trusting you to go out there, not commit any crimes, any more crimes, do anything else. You can't leave a certain area, stuff like that. That's more likely what will happen. All right? So that's where you're at right there. All right?
Thank you for being so nice.
All right? I'll leave you all to it.
Mm-mm-mm. Then there's another one of the let me rewind this one. Okay. This was a few days later, I think.
Ms. Rodriguez? Yeah. At the hospital. You've been talking to my supervisor.
Yes. Sergeant Chris.
Oh,
Yes.
no.
Will it be
No.
you guys tomorrow?
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm mistaken. Wait a minute.
Yes.
Okay. I told him at 10 o'clock.
Hold on. All right. Let me go back over here. Okay. Let me rewind that again because I had a couple different videos all playing at the same time. So this was not a few days after that. What we watched previously was right after they arrested Lexi. This body camera where he speaks to the mom was 3 days after Lexi had the baby. This is on January 30th. So it was 3 days after the whole thing at the hospital. Okay. I've never heard of dreading.
Ms. Rodriguez? Yes. At the hospital. You've been talking to my supervisor.
Yes.
Okay.
Sergeant Chris. Yes. Will it be you guys tomorrow?
Yes.
Okay. I told him at 10 o'clock you could come over.
Okay.
Okay. You and your CYFD person.
Yes.
I'm better. It's
Okay.
just her, but you know.
So are you family?
Yes, this is her sister. This is
Okay.
my daughter.
I just don't want to talk about anything.
Yeah.
Have you thought about therapy for her?
Not yet, but I was gonna look into it. I was gonna look on the back of the insurance card. They told me there were some numbers on the back.
Yeah, so that's how you go through
Oh, okay.
your insured providers. Just FYI, for us, we have PMS here in town. They're the ones that most people are insured through.
Okay.
And so
Okay.
if you want to do in town, we do PMS here, and then
Okay.
we have one in Carlsbad, 2 in Roswell
Okay.
that are usually on all of everybody's insurance.
Okay.
So
Did
they
you
think about.
hear about like HIPAA was broke and there's like a whole
How?
bunch of rumors out? Some
I heard there was
government
rumors
nurses-
through the high school.
Yeah.
The nurses do talk, but
Mm-hmm.
yeah, that's just small town stuff.
But that shouldn't have happened.
It shouldn't
That's why
have.
it's HIPAA.
And
You
I know.
know?
Well, and because I was reading on that, and like on Facebook, everyone's doing all that stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Because we did do a disclosure,
Mm-hmm.
and that was through our person of contact.
Mhm.
That's our PSU command supervisor. So he did do one. He didn't put any name in it or anything like that.
Michelle's like, please disregard my dark shadows comment. You're right, it is dark shadows. That was the where Barnabas came in at. Elizabeth says, you know what else shouldn't have happened, lady? Right? HIPAA, really? Because that shouldn't have happened. Okay, whatever.
That's just something he did because he was being asked about it for
Okay.
so long.
Okay.
So that one was done, but then I hear like the high schools
Yeah.
talking a lot.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I had teachers message me and everything. So.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
So everyone already knows.
Yeah. That's the bad thing about a small town.
Yeah, that is the best thing about a small town.
They do.
But like I said, but more importantly, I talked to Trish about therapy.
Yes. And I am going to keep her home for about a week, and I am going to look for like therapy for her.
Yeah.
So yeah, I'm going to do all of that as much as I can today and tomorrow. So
Appreciate it.
Yeah.
At least you're actually a parent that cares.
I love my daughter. She's my everything. But yeah, you guys can come over tomorrow.
Okay.
We'll be there.
We'll
It has a red roof.
We'll contact you before, make sure it's still okay.
Yeah.
We do that all just
Okay.
before, so that way you're not like forget about it. Some
Yeah.
people do.
No, I won't forget about it.
Okay.
We will be there.
Well, you have my number. The supervisor to
Yes.
talk to is Sergeant Perez. He's
Yes,
also
I've
you
been
have his
talking
number.
to him.
Yeah.
Yeah. We've been keeping in contact. So.
All right.
Also, do you know like when anything about the autopsy, how fast? And
We asked to expedite it. I still haven't heard a word back. So it did happen on Saturday, but from
Yeah.
speaking with Wiedemann, the OMI person assigned to the case, he said we're not hearing anything yet. So he told me as soon as we find out, or as he finds out, he'll let me find out.
Are we getting him back? Did you know? We are getting him back, right?
You will, yes.
Okay.
And that's why I was telling y'all at the beginning that
That's
with,
the
like,
first
names,
time.
stuff like that, and then who
That's the first time I've heard her call it him a him.
you'd want, like Turpin's son, who do you want to do end of life care with?
Okay. When do you think would? When,
I don't know. That's not up to
when
me.
do you want? Okay. Okay.
So you know how so with it being tricky because technically you're not next to him, it'd be your daughter. She would still, y'all would still be contacted with it because they'd have to find out where y'all want him to be transported to. Because some people pick them up from Albuquerque, other because it's free of charge whenever they go from here to Albuquerque.
Okay.
And so it's free of charge coming back, but some people want to do like with just other cases, they'll do it in Albuquerque because it's cheaper to cremate, stuff like that there. They have to get a hold of you first to get, well, they have to get a hold of her first to let them know what they want to do next. So they'll get a hold of you as soon as they're done with him. I don't know what's taking so long. Usually they don't.
Okay. No, we haven't even really, we've tried to talk about that, but she didn't know. She don't know.
Well, in town we have turpentine. Roswell has way more options for like mortician stuff like that. Because you have to talk about, do you want to do cremation? Do you want to do burial? Stuff like that.
Okay.
And so that's because she is of age, so she would be having to be the one to sign off on everything. Because and I don't know y'all's financial situation, but y'all guys may be able to pay for it, but she still has to be the one to sign off on stuff with how that goes. Because with OMI and stuff like that, it has to be who's immediately next. Okay, so it's one of those that they will get a hold of her, and with that, something you and her would talk about what you guys want to do, and him,
Yes.
and keep that involved.
Okay.
But it's one of those things you always all have to mesh out.
Yeah. Okay. We will do
All
that.
right, we'll
Thank you so much.
get a hold of you tomorrow. Make
Okay.
sure. All right.
Sounds good.
All right.
Okay,
Thank you,
I'll
ma'am.
see you tomorrow. Bye.
Mm, 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 mm. All right. So, now we're going to get into the wrongful death stuff. Okay? We're going to get into the wrongful death stuff. There is let me find it. There were a couple of videos that I found. Y'all know I love me some Vinnie Politan. All right. I'm going to watch a little bit of this one. Hospital negligence, Alexee Trevizo's attorney's new claim. Because he talks, I hear her lawyer talking either this video or another one that I've got pulled up where he, Peter Triggers, I know, he's beautiful, isn't he, Michelle? He's so pretty. I love to watch him. I love to watch him. He's got great hair, man. But now I gotta say, I love me some Vinnie Politan. I'm kind of, Anyway, so oh, she's over here talking about Peter Dracos. All right. Oh, all the ladies in the chat are, they feel the same way about Vinny. Me and Patricia go round and round over Vinny. And a few of us go round and round over lawyer, So we're gonna watch a little bit of this and maybe a little bit of the other one because I pulled up two where Vinny is talking to Gary Mitchell, her lawyer, about this wrongful death suit, okay, and why they're filing it. But in one of them, he talks about not only the medication, but there was another part where Gary was talking about how she had like COVID and flu A and B and E. coli and like all kinds of things. I don't know. I think that's the first I'd heard of that. But we're going to look at a little bit of this and a little bit of the other one. And he is a little dusty, huh? I don't. All right. Let's start with this one.
Joining me right now in Ruidoso, New Mexico, Alexee Trevizo's defense attorney. He's back with us tonight, Gary Mitchell. Gary, thanks so much for joining us again tonight. Autopsy results are out. Toxicology is out. What does it mean to you?
Well, it means that this child didn't die like everybody thinks, and the child wasn't killed by my client. That's what that means. And at the end of the day, we know that there's a major issue with the autopsy and the way they claim that this child died of suffocation. That's not correct. We also know that the hospital committed a major wrong in giving my client morphine for a lengthy period of time, well over an hour, almost an hour and a half. And we know that the baby had morphine in it as well, which suppressed breathing. So there are many, many issues. We also know this child had certain bacteria that they found at the autopsy, including E. coli, which can cause major problems for a baby or elderly people. We also know that she was positive for COVID and influenza A and B. So we had a very sick child. And we also know that from other forensic pathologists that the type of test run
Powdered sugar
by the lab, by the Office of the Medical Investigator in New Mexico are not classically used. So we've had major issues in that regard. And then we've learned that some of the things that the hospital has been saying are incorrect. She never
Listen to this.
For example, she never told them that she was a virgin. She never told them that she didn't have sex. Things of that particular nature. So there's a lot.
At what point, because we bring it back to the fact that she goes to the bathroom to deliver this child, at what point Did the hospital know she was pregnant? At what point did she know she was pregnant?
They knew she was pregnant at 12:51, 51 minutes after midnight. They did not tell her. She did not know she was pregnant until she had the baby at 1:39, 1:40 in the bathroom. That's when she first learned that she was giving birth. So the hospital knew for 46 minutes that she was pregnant. They didn't tell her. They let her go to the bathroom, and we know that a woman giving birth, particularly a teenager, may feel that they simply have to go to the bathroom. You use the same or similar muscles in that regard. We also know that they continue to give her, not only her.
Okay, so the things he's talking about with the timeline and when they knew and what they knew and how they knew and all of that, I'm anxious to see at trial. I'm anxious to see those things. Kath says, I've seen photos. No way she didn't know. Yeah, I know. We showed yesterday or the day before, I can't remember, the videos and photos of her as a cheerleader. She knew she was pregnant. She's got friends from school that said that she knew she was pregnant. They even named the baby. And here was one thing I was thinking late one night whenever I was watching some different things. Someone had asked, I think it was Miss King, or someone had asked, how did she know it was a boy? So, because she had named the baby Alex Fierro, I think. One, maybe she had a name picked out for a boy and a name picked out for a girl. I don't know. And two, if she did know that it was a boy, then maybe her and her boyfriend one weekend saved a little bit of cash and went to one of those places where you can get a 3D ultrasound, you know? Was she being seen? Had she had any like OB appointment, you know? Any checkups, anything. I don't know. But there's a lot of different things I'm anxious to see during trial, you know, as far as the hospital. If I'll use one of the lawyers' most popular common phrases. What, if any, negligence the hospital did play? What, if any, negligence the hospital did have? You know? I don't think it's the hospital's fault at all. I'm just saying, if they, for whatever reason, you know, didn't tell her or hadn't had the chance to yet tell her. I don't know. Now you're calling me Lally. Okay, Lally. What if any? Who if any? Where if any? What if any? How if any?
Morphine, but 5 other different drugs, 4 of which are contraindicated for birth.
Now they said, he's saying this right here. They said on that toxicology report, did he just say 5? Because on that toxicology report, the only things that showed up was caffeine, morphine, and phentermine. Kel said, I thought the hospital staff said they told her before she went to the bathroom that she was. They may. And see, that's one thing that I got. Like, I was under the impression that she didn't, that the hospital didn't know before she went to the bathroom that she was pregnant. But then after the fact, they were like, okay, well, yeah, you're having a miscarriage, because they had apparently in the meantime gotten the blood work back, whatever, yes, pregnant women can still receive morphine. One of my good friends broke her arm. Yeah. To repair his arm break, baby born 100% healthy. Yeah. I mean, women, I think they called it, what do they call it? Something dose. I can't remember what they call it. But whatever, she got a dose that would not have been dangerous to an infant. And like they said, these moms are given okay, Shiraz, have a great time. I hope you have a great time. Have a happy 4th, a safe 4th, and hopefully we'll see you back tomorrow. What was I saying? I can't remember what I was saying. A safe dose. They call it something else. What do they call that? I can't remember. The word will come to me. But basically it means a normal therapeutic, I think is the word I'm looking for. A therapeutic dose, or okay, that's it, Steph. Yes. A therapeutic dose, which means it's enough to do the job, but not enough to hurt an infant. You know what I'm saying? But women have babies all the time. And if they have a cesarean sections, they're usually given, I mean, now they're not as much today as they were years ago. Like when I had my oldest, I was given some heavy duty pain meds to go home with. But when I had my last one, they were like, "No, take some ibuprofen. You're good." And I had a C-section with both of them, and parent moms who breastfeed, that medication is getting to an infant. So they're not going to, I think it takes a lot, the caffeine and the crap from the weight loss pills. Yeah. Yeah. Well, I mean, they had the toxicology report said caffeine, morphine, and phentermine. Now maybe the hospital did give her other medicines. They probably did. But from what I gathered on that toxicology report, that was it. Mm.
For a fetus. So the hospital knew all of this. They didn't stop. And not only that, they unhooked her from the IV and allowed.
He does look like a powdered donut, though, don't he? As Michelle said a while ago, why does it look like he's been dipped in powdered sugar? He does. I think the lighting doesn't really help. His lighting in the video, because Vinny's over here so mysteriously dark and handsome compared to this guy. Not that he's dark and handsome. He's not dark, but he's much darker than this guy over here. Anyway, it's the lighting. Powdered sugar, Colonel Sanders. Now I want Krispy Kremes. Yes, this is the cafe part, Michelle. It always goes back to food, just so you know. It always goes back to food.
Her to go to the bathroom knowing that she was pregnant at the time. I mean, a cardinal sin in the emergency room.
So what is the status of the case right now? These results are relatively new. It wasn't known the last time we spoke, at least. So are there conversations going back and forth with prosecutors, or are we just on the track of this thing moving towards a trial?
We're on the track of this moving toward a trial. We're in the investigatory stage. At least I am. I'm getting my experts giving them all the materials. Obviously, you know from my conversation with you that I've already talked to certain experts, and I have a lot of information about the case.
There's a lot of things, Margaret, that he's using. Morphine was one. He's saying that they've given her too much medicine and gave it to her for too long of a time. Like, I think he said she was on the morphine for like an hour and a half. And then I don't know, because I was reading chat. I don't know if they've already said it in this or if it's in later on in this video or in the other one, where Vinny asks him, was there a nurse in there with her that like let her go to the bathroom? Or did she like just get up on her own and go or whatever? And he said, yeah, that the nurse unhooked her IV so she could get up and go to the bathroom.
Plus, the trial is not set until next year. We know that the trial date that was set in the fall is going to be moved. And I'm preparing motions regarding everything from changes of venue to the misuse of privileged materials to a motion to suppress certain statements and things of that particular nature.
And final question here tonight. Alexee, your client, she's not behind bars, right? She's released and being monitored. What's her status tonight, and how would you describe her state of mind right now?
Well, first of all, she's just graduated high school. She stays alone, with the exception of her parents, and she doesn't go out. She and other than visiting a sister or relatives that may come by, she doesn't see any friends. She has no physical contact with her boyfriend, the father of the child. She talks to me, and she's in some counseling as ordered by the court.
All right.
No physical contact with the boyfriend? They went to prom together. What? What? Oh, right, Elizabeth. I'm sure it's not safe for her to be out gallivanting all over the place. Because I'm sure that there's a lot of people, it's not just prisoners that don't take kindly to child killers, right? No, I'm not saying that any old Joe Flo is going to do anything, but I'm just saying it's not just prisoners that dislike child killers. She is at a university now, Kath. This was a year ago, right after she had graduated high school, but she's currently in college. However, I think there's like a change.org or whatever petition to get her thrown off campus. And I don't know what she's going for to college, like what her whatever degree is that she's wanting. But yeah, the yes, 30,000. It was like at 20, dang near 30,000 signatures. Yeah.
But other than that, lives a very stoic life.
Yeah. Gary Mitchell, representing Alexee Trevizo. We appreciate your time tonight, Gary, and hopefully we'll speak again soon.
We shall. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Now, we go over here to this one. This is another one. Let me see. When was this one? This one was July. And then we have this one here, which is about a month later. There's another interview here with Vinny that I wanted to watch.
And their theory is that she hid the pregnancy. She knew she was pregnant. She had the baby. She killed the baby, then she tried to hide the baby in the garbage, in the bathroom, in the hospital. That's their theory. The defense has a completely different theory. We're going to talk about it tonight. But for those of you who don't know the story of Alexee Trevizo, take a listen.
She put the baby in the trash can, and then she put another clean liner over the top of it. So when they looked in there, there was no trash in it, but it was underneath the clean bag. The baby.
I know we keep hearing these little bits and pieces over and over and over, but I'm also not sorry for it. Because each time I hear like this part where he's explaining, the head nurse, I think his name was HT or whatever, is explaining to this police officer here what happened. Each time I hear that explanation of the details of what actually happened, it just grinds it a little bit further that she did it, that she did this to this infant, you know?
He's dead. Okay. We have him.
Makes me a little more angry, a little more angry, a little more angry.
We discovered that dead baby in the bathroom. Oh my gosh. I'm sorry. He came out and he ended up. Lexi,
I mean, look at the doctor's face. Even just right there, the doctor looks like she's on the verge of bursting into tears when she says what when she has to say the words, right? Knowing that the girl there in the bed did this to this baby. My heart breaks for those working who witnessed this. Me too, Kath. They were very emotional. The woman that found her, the housekeeping woman, she was a basket case. Watch the doctor's face when she starts, you know. Patricia says, I put Jenny through it with typos when I'm working because I just type real quick, then full send it. That's okay. Sometimes I can get through it, and other times I'm like, no, you're going to have to write that again. Use your English words, Patricia, not your autocorrect words, ma'am. Watch this doctor's face.
discovered that dead baby in the bathroom. Oh my gosh. I'm sorry. He came out and he ended up. Lexi, I told you about this. I just asked you, baby, to tell me the truth. It was not crying or nothing.
It's cold and blue already.
Cold and blue already. His temperature was like 95. No signs of life, no breathing, no respirations, no heartbeat, nothing, no movement whatsoever.
I mean, I've been taking her to chiropractor because I always thought, well, this time, I didn't know. I honestly didn't know she was pregnant. Should I, get a lawyer for her? Should I?
You can. That's your choice. I can't tell you what to do. That's something that y'all as a family have to talk about, okay?
At 51 minutes after midnight, they know she's pregnant because they ran the blood test and they came back. Now, they didn't tell her that she was pregnant. They didn't tell her for another 48 minutes. Well, they never told her. She learned that she was pregnant when she went to the bathroom.
Okay, so she's been charged with killing her baby, her newborn. But now there's a civil lawsuit that's been filed. Not against her, against the hospital for wrongful death. And one of the attorneys filing that lawsuit is also the attorney representing Alexee Trevizo. And he's joining us now from Ruidoso, New Mexico. Alexee Trevizo's defense attorney, Gary Mitchell. Gary, great to see you tonight.
Good to see you.
All right, so there's a civil case now, okay? So a civil case accusing the hospital of wrongful death, a criminal case accusing Alexee of killing the newborn. I just want to start here and go through a specific timeline because I want to get a clear understanding of what happened here. So at 12:51, and I've heard you say this, that the results from the pregnancy test, after she goes to the hospital for back pain, she says she's not pregnant, right? But they do a blood test. You say the results are done at 12:51. What does that mean? Does that mean the results are showing up somewhere, or someone actually read those results and someone acknowledged reading that?
See, it's this kind of stuff right here. If the hospital knew at 12:51 that she was pregnant, or was it like 12:50? Like Vinny makes a good point here. Vinny's like, okay, is the did the information come, did they send the information at 12:51, or did the doctor see it at 12:51? You know, I mean, the doctor's got other patients in there and doing other things. It's not like she's got blinders on that reads it like automatically every time some test result comes in, that her brain not automatically knows it. So that's those kinds of things that I'm interested to hear, you know, about.
The results came in and they knew, oh, at 12:51 she was pregnant.
All three, actually. It's a computerized system. At 12:51, the lab sent the results via email or transmission via computer to the nurse's desk, to the emergency room physician, and to the nurse assisting Alexee. At 12:51, the nurse assisting Alexee knew she was pregnant, but thought that the doctor should be the one to tell her. And for 49 minutes, they didn't tell her. And in fact, they never told her until she went to the bathroom, thinking she had to go to the bathroom. But it turns out she was actually having a baby.
So this is
so they never
huge.
told her.
I just want to stop you right there for a second, because this is the part that I wasn't clear on.
Oh, hi, Cooper. Hi and welcome. And yeah, not a theory. The whole thing is on video. This is terrible that she could just get away with everything. I don't see that she's going to get away with it, but also, labs take forever. The ER, there are more critical patients than some lying. I know, right? Right. Yeah, I don't believe that she didn't know that either. And I agree. It is all on video. Absolutely. Absolutely.
So as she's running down the hallway here at 1:39, right? That's 40. That's how many? I mean, that's almost an hour, right? An hour after they have these results.
But here's the thing, okay? Let's just say, for instance, if the hospital staff didn't tell her she was pregnant. So what's that amount to anything? It, in the grand scheme of things, whether you know or you don't know that you're pregnant, if you go into a bathroom and birth a baby, just because they didn't tell you you're pregnant, that doesn't give you the right to go, oh, well, I'm just going to dump it in this trash can and go on about my merry old way, you know? So to me, it doesn't really matter one way or the other. But I'm sure that little Gary Mitchell here, or whatever his name is, has you know, his defense strategy on and ready to go. I don't know. Oh, you're going to go to bed already, Elizabeth? All right. Get you some rest. I hope you got your foot put up, ma'am. Put that foot up. Love you. Hey, Nicole. Good to see you. How are you tonight?
And don't tell her that she's pregnant. But if they know she's pregnant,
That's right.
And she thinks she has to go to the bathroom, like, that's a sign that you're about to give birth, isn't it?
It is for anybody that's ever been around delivering babies. You don't have to be a nurse or a doctor to know that.
So when she's running out of the room, who's in the room at the moment? Is the nurse there? Do they know that she's left the room to go to the bathroom because she feels like she has to go to the bathroom?
Yes, the nurse had to unhook her from the IV that was delivering morphine to her. And at the time, she didn't know this, but it turns out 0.19 milligrams per milliliter of morphine to the fetus, to her baby. And they unhook her from that so she can run down the hall to a public bathroom, not one of the private bathrooms in the emergency rooms, but this is in the hallway of the emergency department of the hospital. She has to run down to a public bathroom to go to the bathroom. That nurse at the time that unhooked her knew she was pregnant. And the emergency room doctor sitting at the nurse's station knew she was pregnant. And the nurses at the nursing station knew she was pregnant and watched her run down to the bathroom.
And she's in there for a while. It's not like she goes in and she's out in 2 minutes, right? How long does she stay inside that bathroom? Because we see her mother go down there. How long is she in there?
18 minutes.
Margaret says, did y'all feel like you had to go when your baby was about to make its debut? I know a lot of women who have give birth naturally, definitely feel that way. Mhm. Oh, wow. I didn't know I could make this thing move. Did y'all know that you could do that? I didn't know that you could make the thing move. Look at that. Did you know that you could do that? I did not know that you could do that. That's crazy.
So let's just recap here, because this is blowing my mind tonight, because I didn't realize that they actually knew. I thought the mistake they made was not reading the results, but what you're telling me is that they had actual knowledge that she was pregnant. They unhook her from the room. She goes to the bathroom saying that I have to go to the bathroom. I have to relieve myself from the bathroom. She's in there for 18 minutes and no one's concerned and no one's curious that maybe the pregnant person could be giving birth?
It's amazing, isn't it?
I didn't realize that, Gary. I was ready to cross-examine you tonight. I'll be honest. I was going to go after you like, okay, the results came in at 12:51, but nobody checked their email. But what you're telling me is that they knew and they assisted in allowing her to leave the hospital room and the care of a nurse and go down to this bathroom by herself for almost 20 minutes.
Yes, and that's been under oath. At the time, I wasn't aware because I didn't have all the records when we did the preliminary hearing in this matter. Discovery doesn't come that quickly into Mexico to defense attorneys, so I'm in the dark. But just out of curiosity and having some experience as a defense attorney, I cross-examined the nurse that unhooked her and said, "Did you know that she was pregnant? Did you see the test results at 12:51?" He admitted he had. I said, "Well, why didn't you tell her?"
Wow.
He said, "Well, I thought the emergency room doctor should be the one telling her." And so the doctor knew she was pregnant. The doctors admitted that. And the people at the nurse's station admitted that. It wasn't like they were busy. It wasn't like that they had to triage patients. They were sitting around and it flashed across their computers, just like lab reports are supposed to do. After the Affordable Care Act was passed, part of that bill was to force hospitals to have instantaneous delivery of this information. And that's part of the computerized systems we put in every hospital that gets some type of Medicare or Medicaid in the nation. So that's what happened here. They knew. But here's the other thing that everybody keeps forgetting. All this time they continue to give her morphine, knowing at 12:51, we have a pregnant woman and you continue to give her morphine? Excuse me, you gave her morphine for 48 more minutes after that. She and her baby. So no wonder we sued for malpractice.
Okay, so now let's talk about the lawsuit now. So this lawsuit is a civil suit. Most of the time when we are covering criminal trials, there's civil suits sometimes out there, and they're usually like frozen until the criminal case is over. Is this going to be a different situation? Are you going to proceed with the civil case and depose people and have that thing rolling at the same time that the criminal case is going? Or you're going to do criminal first, then the civil, or vice
Well, he's
versa?
over both.
No, I'm going to proceed with both diligently. New Mexico has some pretty strict time limits to proceed, and we don't have much choice. We're going to do it. Besides, frankly, virtually all the medical records have been disclosed to the public.
Well, we heard. I mean, you could see from the body camera footage that there were other people there in the hospital. I mean, they had other patients. You could hear the one man moaning and groaning and squalling. And then there were, whenever the police officers would walk by, you would see other people in beds in other rooms. So, on today's episode of the Lying Jelly Donut Show.
I don't have any medical records that haven't already been disclosed to the media and to the public. No disrespect meant to anybody from the media. I mean, that's your job. But they've disclosed all of this stuff against our wishes, but it's already out there. So I'm proceeding diligently in both, and I'm proceeding passionately in both.
And what will happen now when they want to depose her, your client?
Well, we haven't crossed that river yet, but when we get to it, I'll make that decision. But by and large, we don't have much to hide in that regard, but that's still a decision to be made. All right,
Gary Mitchell, always appreciate you coming on, and thank you so much. Again, I was ready. I was going to go after you tonight, Gary. I was like loading up, and I just but the facts are what they are. Appreciate it.
They are.
All right.
Thank you kindly. Good to talk to you.
Good to talk to you. All right, let's bring in our think tank. Join us tonight in New York City, former senior homicide prosecutor Bernarda Villalona. Also with us in Cleveland, Ohio, criminal defense attorney Ian Friedman. And in Washington, D.C., the attorney who represented Johnny Depp in his defamation case, fellow at the American College of Trial Lawyers, Ben Chew. Great to see.
Hey, I love me some Ben Chew. I love me some Ben Chew. Look, Patricia. Look, it's Ben Chew. Oh.
Everyone tonight. Okay, I was going to go after him, Bernarda. You know I was going to go after him. Like, okay, yeah, the results came in, but nobody knew. And she went to no. So what do you think? What are your thoughts tonight, Bernarda, knowing about they're pointing the finger at the hospital. Obviously, prosecutors are pointing the finger at her. What happens here now?
Benny, there's some huge issues here. Based on that interview from her attorney, her defense attorney, as well as her civil attorney, the question I have for the prosecutors is, what was the cause of death and what was the manner of death? Because if you can't prove the causation and you can't prove that the manner of death was homicide, then you can't charge her with homicide. You can't proceed with her in a criminal prosecution in regards to homicide if you can't link that the cause of death was related to her actions here. Here, the defense attorney is saying that it was more of a negligence from the hospital.
Has she even seen anything? I mean, I love Ben, but what in the salmon colored jacket is he wearing? I know, Patricia. We love us some Ben Chew and Camille Vasquez. Yes. Take a look, Patricia. Look who she's standing with. She is standing with Camille Vasquez right there. I love that profile picture, Patricia. Love it. What was I going to say? I was going to say something.
Point of view. And also what I
was going to say is we have a cause of death. We have a manner of death. I don't know what she's trying to get at here.
I wanted to point out, Vinny, is that he says something that morphine was administered to her after they knew that she was pregnant. So could the morphine have affected the child? Could that have been the cause of death? And if that's the case, then you can't charge her with homicide because it wasn't as a result of her action. But also remember, we're talking about also two different burdens. Remember, with the criminal prosecution, beyond a reasonable doubt, civil litigation, we're talking about preponderance of the evidence, and it could be under a different theory.
All right, Ian Friedman, have you ever seen a case, your long history as a criminal defense attorney, right? I'm not saying you're old. I mean, I'm older than you are.
Thank you.
I'm just saying you've done a lot of work. You've seen a lot of things. Have you ever seen a case where someone's accused of killing someone else and they file a civil suit against someone else, another entity?
Yeah.
You've seen that before?
Yes.
Like a
Absolutely.
Really?
Absolutely. Been involved. Yeah, been involved in it myself. And if Gary Mitchell's facts are correct, I consider him obviously the lawyer on the ground. He's taken an aggressive approach at it. Bringing that civil case is a wonderful mechanism, frankly, to get discovery, to get everybody deposed, so that the first time that you're in the courtroom is not at the criminal trial where life is on the line. I think obviously his goal, as it has been our goal, and other lawyers I know that have been in similar situations, is to reveal what actually occurred through the civil process. Here, assume that he's also obviously getting damages because they're due. But as a result of this case, of course, the prosecutors are going to be watching this. We'd much rather have the case unfold there in the civil courtroom than in the criminal realm where life is at line. So life is at stake, excuse me. So yes, in answer to your question, and yes, if his facts are correct, and I expect that Gary's are, it's an aggressive, but I like the move.
Yeah.
Well, we'll be finding out if Gary's whatevers are correct at trial.
Never seen it in the cases we've covered on court TV. It's always there's a wrongful death by the victim's family, right? Against the same person who's facing criminal charges. But here it's like, no, this person or this entity, the hospital is responsible, and the defendant, really the estate of the baby, is pointing the finger over there. All right, Ben Chu.
Let me just play a little bit of a devil's advocate, devil's clavicle here. That's another thing we say over here. Some of us have had a hard time saying devil's advocate, and so we've lovingly termed it devil's clavicle. Let me play the devil's clavicle. Let's say they did continue to give her morphine after they knew she was pregnant for an hour, and say it was too high of a dose. And okay, the hospital would have some problem, some issue, but she still had an infant and put it in a trash can. So maybe the charges would be, they charged her with first degree. It could go a million different ways if that's the case. But I'm not sold, and Gary's whatever he said, I'm not believing until if that information is literally brought out in court. And there's evidence that the hospital is at fault. Exactly. She disposed of a human being in a trash can and lied about it. The baby was alive. They've got proof of that. The autopsy proved that that baby was alive. That matter does not change. That fact of the matter does not change. The baby was born alive, and she put it in a trash can. Absolutely. Concealing a death and improperly yes. 100%. Even if the dose was too high. There's a possibility the hospital could have reversed the damage if they were told instead of it being in the trash, right? Absolutely. Absolutely. I mean, I can understand why, as a defense attorney, you're going to turn the point and point the fingers at someone other than your client, right? I can see them pointing the fingers at the hospital. But she still, even if it was too high of a dosage, even if it was, the baby was born alive. And she put it in a trash can. Locked herself in the bathroom. She walked down the hall, locked herself in the bathroom, had the baby, and hid the baby in a trash can. Yes, 100%. 100%. Baby had air in its lungs. The hospital did not kill him. Truth.
Yep.
Yeah, Vinny, the one thing I would say is sometimes though cases will be brought when you're being accused, maybe for a defamation or some other types of acts against the accusers. So there's lots of different.
Michelle, yeah, with the call button right there next to her. Literally right there. She probably smacked it and held up against it while she was sitting there delivering a baby on the toilet. I mean, it's right there. Like I said, there's probably a big bloody handprint right on the call button. And she didn't touch it, didn't push it. Umbilical cord, how did that get cut? With her teeth? Yeah. How about neglect for locking out the medical professionals? Mm-hmm.
Ways to do it and lots of basis within the civil realm to bring it. So this is just one, but it does happen quite often, actually.
All right, Ben, how do you see this civil case unwinding? I mean, this is going to be problematic, I think, for the hospital to deal with, because we look at the body cams initially, and the people in the hospital are like, you know, she killed this baby. This baby is dead. She put the baby in the trash. And now all of a sudden they're turning around and saying, wait a minute. The hospital does not have clean hands here.
Good to be with you, Vinny. I agree wholeheartedly with Ian. I think a good defense is a good offense, and I think this puts the hospital back on its heels and causes real problems for the prosecution. Also, what struck Bernarda struck me as well. I think the administration of morphine, which could have been the cause of death, I think really pokes a hole in the prosecution. So I think this is really problematic for both the hospital and the prosecution.
And I'll guarantee you they're going to have an expert that'll talk about that. Let me throw this at you, Bernard, and ask you if this changes the equation a little bit in the criminal case. Hypothetically, again, we don't have the evidence. She's presumed innocent. What if there is evidence that she knew she was pregnant? For example, maybe a classmate. She had told a classmate about it. And she kind of, knew she was pregnant, just didn't want to admit to her mother or anyone else that she had engaged in sex and didn't want to reveal that she was pregnant. Does that change the equation if, when she ran down to that bathroom, she knew she was pregnant?
Still, Vinny, it still goes to the number one question. What was the cause of death and what was the manner of death? Obviously, the manner of death, they labeled it as a homicide. If not, she wouldn't have been charged on this homicide case. But my key question is, what caused the baby's death? Because even if she knew she was pregnant, again, it's not like she's a doctor or a nurse and said, oh, you can't give me morphine because according to my background, if you're pregnant, you're not supposed to.
But she was asked.
But if you're asked if you're pregnant and you say no, but you know you are, lady in the yellow, you're beautiful, but you need to go sit down somewhere.
If she was pregnant,
she wouldn't have known.
She was asked if she was pregnant. She said no. As a matter of fact, she said she had never even had sex.
Yeah, but still,
which we know that's a lie.
No, but I physics tell you that. But in terms of the morphine, though, would she have known that morphine being administered to her will cause her child's death? Again, we don't know. We don't know in terms of the autopsy what was the cause of death of that child. But there has to be a link. If you don't have that direct link of her actions.
Okay, I've had enough of her. Michelle says, why are people ignoring the fact that she twisted the baby up in a bag and threw it in the garbage? Well, their whole, I mean, we're definitely not over here, right? But their whole thing here was they wanted to have an interview with the doctor, or not doctor, the lawyer concerning the wrongful death suit. Vinny and probably all these other people on the panel, they probably don't even know about. They probably don't know really what's going on. They're just popping in because they were invited to appear on Vinny's show that night, right? But if Vinny didn't know the ins and outs about, that, and if you are just hearing someone literally saying, oh yeah, the doctor said she knew that she was pregnant and they got the results back an hour before she even went to the bathroom. If you're hearing that, then you're probably going to be like, oh my God, really? But so I'm not going to take that away from Vinny. I'm not going to be like, Vinny, love you, but bye. No, I'm not going to do that yet. No. But, I don't know. The lady in the yellow, she needs to go sit down somewhere. She's sitting down right there on that pretty couch. And she's beautiful. She's got on a bright, pretty yellow dress that looks like her top or something. I don't know. But, no. Oh, yeah, I know. I know you weren't telling me to sit down. I know. I'm sitting down too, but she needs to go somewhere. A lot of times they're told what POV to argue, even if they don't actually believe it. That's true. I mean, but no, Kath, right. Morphine doesn't necessarily mean the baby will pass. I mean, there's an amount. I mean, they have whatever amount that they know. They can tell by the what do you call it? The toxicology and stuff. Whether the baby had too much. No. Mm, she did say physics will tell you that. All right. So that was that. I do have the last little thing. Yeah, I agree with that statement, Nicole. I think Vinny is just as confused as us with the defensive statements. I think he was just taking things that the lawyer was saying as factual. And like I said, if they are factual, then we'll find that out during trial, because I don't know that I'm not going to just take his word for it. We all know lawyers are good at twisting and stuff, twisting words and such. All right, let me share. Hold on, I have another screen I wanted to share with you guys. All right, I think this is it. Yeah, this is the wrongful death and punitive damages suit that oh, hold on, my dog is wanting in. Poppy is crying at the door. Hold on a second. We're going to take just a quick 2-second break. Let me stop and mute myself. I'll be right back. All right, I'm back. So, you guys see Poppy back there. She's just hopped in the bed. She's like, she's going to start digging under that blanket here in a second. She wears me out. Okay, so over here it says oh, when was this filed? July 31st, 2023. First amended complaint for wrongful death and punitive damages. She's been rooting around all afternoon under that blanket. Oh, has she? You've seen her rooting around under that blanket all day? Oh, I said, what is that moving lump on Jenny's bed? She cracks me up. She kills me. She's a Boston, yes. She's a good girl. No. She's a Boston Terrier, Michelle. Okay. So, Poppy, will you quit? She's back there licking. Quit licking, Poppy. She quit. Now she's just staring. Like, hold on, let me see if I can see. I'm waiting on her to jump back down. Oh, that's my blanket. That's not a dog. Poppy was who's calling her Casey Anthony? Why they get so mad when you tell them to quit licking? I don't know, but she's the loudest licker. She's a loud licker. Okay, so we're going to get to this. I don't know that I'm going to read all of this because this is long. It's a 19-page document, but this is the wrongful death suit. You can see her ears now. See her ears right there? Yeah, she's, I don't know, she's like what, 20, 22 pounds, something like that. Comes now the plaintiff, Arthur Bustos. I don't know who Arthur Bustos is. I'm not sure who that is. As wrongful death personal representative of the estate of Alex Ray Fierro, deceased, by and through his undersigned counsel of record, and states the following as his first amended complaint for wrongful death and punitive damages against the Artesia Special Hospital District, DBA, Artesia General Hospital. Heather Vasquez, John and Jane Doe's A through F. What? And John Doe Companies G through K. Plaintiff Arthur Bustos is a citizen of the state of New Mexico and is a resident of San Miguel County, New Mexico. I don't know who that is. Um, names everybody that works there pretty much. Yeah. Arthur Bustos has previously been appointed as the wrongful death representative of the estate of Alex Ray Fierro, hereinafter sometimes referred to as a decedent or Alex, which is the baby, pursuant to the New Mexico Wrongful Death Act. Let me get through some of this mumbo jumbo stuff and get to the meat and potatoes. Just 1 through 1,000 means the whole company. Maybe the victim's advocate. My cat's bigger than your dog. I have another boy, 13-pounder named James. 26. Wow. I thought Poppy was heavy. Poppy's heavy at 22. I think the last time we had her weighed, she was like 22 pounds. Okay. Let me see. Upon information, I'm reading on number 4. Upon information and belief, Artesia Hospital District was doing business as Artesia General Hospital, Eddy County, New Mexico. Number 5 says defendant doctor, upon information and belief, is a medical doctor doing business in the state of New Mexico. And then they kind of list all the other peoples. Let me get through to the factual background here. Number 11. On January 26, 2023, Alexee J. Trevizo, hereinafter Alexee, the surviving mother of the decedent, attended Artesia High School as a student, was on the cheer squad, and attended high school cheer practice on January 26th. On January 26th at approximately 11:47 p.m., she was taken to the hospital emergency department complaining of low back pain and abdominal pain. Number 13, on a pain level of 1 to 10, with 10 being the greatest, Lexi stated that she was a 10. Lexi is a female of childbearing age. Number 15, Lexi had regular menses, had used birth control, pills, and condoms, worked out a minimum of 2 hours, 5 days per week, and worked out on January 26th for over 3 hours with the cheer team. On January 27th at approximately 12:05 a.m., Lexi was seen in the emergency department at AGH, at which time the attending physician was Heather Marshall Vasquez, MD. Upon examination, Lexi complained of low back pain, told the doctor that she had been at cheerleading practice and felt like she needed to have a bowel movement, but was unable to do so, and further indicated that she was also experiencing abdominal pain. Lexi denied pregnancy and informed the doctor that she was on her period. Lexi was asked if she had undergone a pelvic exam before, and she told the staff of AGH that she had not. On January 27th at 12:18 a.m., medication was given to Lexi consisting of cyclobenzaprine and acetaminophen. Cyclobenzaprine, which one is that? Is that like a muscle relaxer? I can't remember. 12:28, medication was given to Lexi consisting of sodium chloride, ketorolac, ondansetron, and morphine sulfate. You guys in the chat, anybody know? Okay, muscle relaxer. Okay. I thought so. It sounded right. Flexeril. Okay. That sounded familiar. But I don't know what the others is. The sodium chloride, ketorolac, on then whatever. Sodium chloride. Isn't sodium chloride just isn't the sodium chloride just just normal like saline? Okay. Here it says a saline lock and urinalysis were completed, but no specimen was received of HCG, which is the pregnancy hormone. On at 12:28, lab tests were ordered, and such orders were entered at 12:30. At 12:28, a pregnancy serum test was ordered and collected at 12:30 a.m., received at 12:31, and reported at 12:51 by a call out. Notice of results sent via computer to Chris Sanchez, RN, at the AGH, and the doctor showing positive for pregnancy. Ketorol, whatever, is also called Toradol. They gave it to me for migraines once. Okay, sodium chloride is just the water. The saline bag. Okay, that's what I thought. PM me later. I need a few things. You all kill me. Toradol is the only thing that works when my migraines are really bad, but they won't give me any to have at home. Okay. So here it says this is the 12:51 part, right? When he's talking about the reported at 12:51 by a call out to the RN and the doctor showing positive for pregnancy. Okay. I don't know, Steph. Yeah, I see it now. Zofran. Okay. The doctors and nurses admit that at 12:51 a.m. they received on their computers the notice of the results of the blood test showing that Lexi was pregnant. All right. So let's just keep that in our back pocket. Oh, hi. Hey, Lashendra Cameron. Hi and welcome. Hi. Hi and welcome. Good to have you here. Number 26, the medications which were being given via an IV of cyclobenzaprine, acetaminophen, sodium chloride, the K1 chloride, the K1, the O1, and the morphine sulfate. And despite AGH, who's the hospital, the doctor and nurses knowing at 12:51 Lexi was pregnant was continued after they had notice of the pregnancy. Medication, including morphine, was not stopped after the defendant knew at 12:51 that Lexi was pregnant. Those number 28 says the medicines, including the morphine, all have warnings regarding use if the patient is pregnant. But a lot of those are, I mean, even natural things are going to say do not use or ask a physician before use if pregnant, you know? Nicole says, Kel, it's piquing my interest as to why they said that she was using both. Why did she say that she has never slept with anyone? I thought that too when she said that she was using on birth control and using condoms. I'm like, but why would she tell them that she was using condoms if? But keep in mind, he said that she never told the hospital that she had never had sex and that she was a virgin. She says, or he says that she says that she never told the hospital that. So, no idea. Oh, let me see. All right. Lexi said on number 29, it says on January 27th, 2023, Lexi said she needed to use the bathroom. A nurse removed the IV at 1:39 a.m. and Lexi ran down the hall from her room to the public bathroom in the emergency room. Right, LaShondra, I know. If you have a C-section, you get a million medicines, right? Um, yeah, right, Margaret? She said, I bet she said it in front of her mom, but now they're saying she never said it. I don't know. Okay, so she runs down the hall to the public bathroom, and then number 30 says the doctor and other healthcare providers knew or should have known for 48 minutes that Lexi was pregnant. So here he says knew or should have known. So that again tells me just because the results came back at a certain time does not mean that the doctor or the nurses specifically knew and had read the test results at that time. Um, at 1:40 a.m., Lexi's mother checked on her as she had not come out of the bathroom and checked on her again at 1:49. At 1:56, the emergency department staff checked on Lexi and one of the nurses got the key to unlock the bathroom door, but before the door was unlocked, Lexi exited the bathroom. At 1:57, Lexi exited the bathroom. No one assisted her as she walked back to the room she had been in. Lexi gave birth unassisted to a son while in the bathroom. Yes, she did. She certainly did. At 2:02, the doctor had already ordered an ultrasound to determine the status of the baby. The same was ordered before the doctors and nurses learned that Lexi had given birth. Um, that's another thing that I would like to see factual evidence of about the doctor ordering the ultrasound to determine the status of the baby, or had she ordered an ultrasound because one of those, either the nurse or the doctor, one said that they had ordered um didn't they say they had ordered an ultrasound to what was it? He said whenever people come in with back pain, common back pain, they're usually looked at for I can't remember. But I think he said a UTI or something, but yeah, they thought she was having a miscarriage. But they even said that the ultrasound things that they had wasn't a benefit to them because um they couldn't they were the wrong tips or whatever you want to call it. What pill makes you put your baby in the trash? That's a good question. That's a great question. Oh, Margaret. That's sweet. Friend thought she was pregnant at 13. The first thing she did was call her mom from the school nurse's office. I was there. Her mom came, picked her up, and said, "We'll figure this out." Mm. Wow. Um, all right, number 36 says at 2:38 a.m., the infant Alex Ray Fierro, decedent, was pronounced dead by the defendant doctor. The hospital allowed the police into the room of Lexi with lapel cameras on and asked questions of Lexi and her mother that are protected by HIPAA laws and by the New Mexico Constitution, law, rules, statutes, and regulations. Okay, as far as that goes, no idea. I have no idea if that's against HIPAA stuff or not. I would think that body worn camera supersedes any, especially when there's a crime. I don't know. Medical records, lab results, and videos of Lexi, her treatment or lack thereof, at or by defendants without consent of Alexee, were released to the Artesia Police Department and later to the public. Yeah. Medical records, lab results, and videos of Lexi, her treatment or lack thereof, at or by defendants without consent of Lexi, were released to the Artesia Police Department and later to the public. So, the thing in my mind, I'm thinking, but at some point, those records become evidence, and evidence turns into public record. So, I mean, I would think so too. The police wear body cameras out in the field and deal with medical conditions, right? Nicole said, yes, Jenny, my daughter had pancreatitis and we had the test back in like 1 to 2 hours, half because of how long the test takes, and the other half is because of how busy they were. That sounds about right. It turned out she was not, but there was a reason she needed to call her mom, and she had some work to do on herself. She went on to have 5, and those kids get all the ribs before me at every barbecue. I love that, Margaret. You have the best stories. Yeah, right, Miss King. That's not going to happen. Not police. Yeah, body worn cameras. Yeah. All right. Subsequently, number 39. So subsequently, the videos without consent of Lexi, her attorneys, and or a court were disclosed to the media, district attorney, police department, and have appeared on Facebook and other social media from numerous persons in the community, along with 3 major television networks, and have shown such confidential and private information that did not come from Lexi or her attorneys and did not come with consent from Lexi or her attorneys. I'm just going to say where that fine line goes from violation to things turned in from to private personal information over into public information by way of it being evidence in a crime. I don't know where that line is. Okay. I don't know where that line is. That's not my job to know the line. But again, that is something that you know, I mean, if they can get punitive damages based on just that alone, whatever. Whatever. But it doesn't make save a rib for Aunt Margaret. Save a rib for Aunt Margaret, they say. Margaret. Okay. Number 40, the hospital violated the HIPAA laws by allowing the taking of such videos and the release of protected health information. 41, the hospital, doctor, and hospital employees allow the release of protected medical records and information, including reports and videos taken at the hospital. I'm just saying, if they're talking about police stuff, the hospital employees and doctors were aware of the pregnancy at 12:51 a.m., failed to inform Lexi that she was pregnant, and failed to take the necessary healthcare procedures and protocols for a pregnant woman who was at a term pregnancy. The decedent died from the malpractice of defendants. No, I don't buy that. Nope. In my personal opinion, I feel like Lexi did that in the bathroom. Lexi was 19 years old at the time, was 5 foot in height, and her weight was 126 pounds. Okay, what's that got to do with anything? Claims for relief. No. Right, Kath? There's no evidence the hospital knew she was term. No. Number 45, all previous paragraphs are incorporated herein by reference. A lot of this stuff is just legal word salad. Number 53 says defendant hospital through administration policies and procedures was negligent in failing to exercise ordinary care, treatment, and diagnosis of Alexee Trevizo, thereby leading to the death of Alex Ray Fierro. Defendant hospital breached its duties by failure to perform timely, complete, and accurate assessment of Lexi, failure to follow guidelines and practices that a woman of childbearing age complaining of low back pain and or abdominal pain is presumed pregnant until proven otherwise. See, and that's one thing I'm thinking, like why would I think most hospitals, most emergency rooms automatically think that way anyway, you know? At the very least, if anything, he died because Lexi misinformed the staff and gave them false information. Lexi was negligent in providing care to Alex Fierro. The hospital went on what they were told, right? Lashandra says, I'm back for real. Well, welcome back again. And am I pronouncing your name right? Lashandra? All right. C. Listen to this one. Failure to follow guidelines and practices that a woman of childbearing age who indicates that she has to go to the bathroom should be examined first to make certain she is not pregnant and giving birth. Failure to follow guidelines and practices that a woman known by the hospital, doctor, and caregivers to be pregnant based on hospital and doctor tests should be pregnant based on hospital and doctor. Tests should be examined before going to the bathroom, especially after muscle relaxants and morphine have been given via an IV to make certain she is not giving birth as opposed to having to relieve herself. Failure to document accurate, factual, and complete information in the patient's permanent medical record regarding nursing care rendered. Failure to develop and implement an appropriate nursing plan of care for a 19-year-old female patient in the emergency department complaining of low back pain, abdominal pain, and necessity of going to the bathroom. Failure to provide standard nursing interventions to prevent the administration of medication or contraindicated medication to be administered to patients prior to an appropriate differential diagnosis. So differential diagnosis means like multiple diagnoses all at the same time, but failure to develop and implement an appropriate nursing plan of care for a person reporting with the symptoms of Lexi, failure to have at the top of the list the possibility of pregnancy, failure to provide standard nursing interventions to prevent administration of medication or contraindicated medications to a patient who is pregnant, failure to hire medical providers who are qualified and adequately trained regarding diagnosis of pregnancy. Are you serious with me right now? Failure to hire medical providers who are qualified and adequately trained regarding the necessity for performance of pelvic exams and delivering babies. Failure to have available necessary equipment to properly evaluate a woman of childbearing years to determine pregnancy and whether birth is imminent. Failure to implement and operate a medical record system to communicate patient status to the attending physician in a timely and proper manner. Failure to implement and operate a system in which the existence of a pregnancy is immediately provided to the attending physician. I can't with this. Mm-mm-mm. Failure to implement and operate a system in which the attending physician and nurses communicate timely and in a proper manner with the patient. Failure to ensure that nursing and medical staff timely and properly identify pregnancy. Failure to implement a system that prevents violation of the HIPAA laws. Failure to implement and operate a system that assures privacy of its patients. Failure to implement and operate a system that requires written consent prior to sharing a patient's healthcare information. Oh my God. Failure to implement and operate a system that prevents the release of HIPAA protected information outside the hospital and those directly providing care to the patient. Failure to have and supply necessary machinery and equipment to test for pregnancy, especially including component parts for the ultrasound testing, and by other means that will be ascertained through discovery during this litigation. Okay, I will say the failure to have this and supply necessary machinery and equipment to test for pregnancy, especially including the component, because the whole ultrasound thing, they said, we don't have the right ultrasound stuff, right? But it's an emergent. I mean, number 55, the treatment, care, and management of Lexi by the hospital during the events described in this complaint were reckless, wanton, and performed with utter disregard for the safety and welfare of Alex Ray Fierro. Alex Ray Fierro's death was a direct and proximate result of the negligent acts and omissions of defendant hospital, doctor, and healthcare providers of the defendant hospital. Right, Steph? As a further direct and proximate result of the acts and omissions of the defendant hospital, plaintiff is entitled to wrongful death damages as provided by the laws of the state of New Mexico. The death of Alex Ray Fierro was due to the negligence of the hospital, doctor, and healthcare providers without any contributing negligence on the part of Alex Ray Fierro. Well, of course, the child did not contribute to his own death. What? Did I read that right? Okay, 59. All previous paragraphs are stupid, is what I'm saying. All previous paragraphs are incorporated herein by reference. Number 60. The doctors, nurses, and staff who cared for Alexee were acting at all relevant times as employees, agents, apparent agents, contractors over which hospital had sufficient control. Um, yeah, these other things are just kind of meh. The defendant hospital is responsible for ensuring its healthcare providers are properly educated and trained so that the patients do not suffer and a baby is not born in a manner recited herein. Well, hey, Susan. Good to see you. Hello, hello. All right. Um, Oh, good night, Michelle. I have to work tomorrow, so I'll catch the replay. Enjoy fireworks tonight with your kids. Thank you. Thank you for coming and hanging out. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Happy 4th of July to you. I hope you get a good night sleep, and I hope that, hopefully you can catch some fireworks tonight. Number 66 here. I know I'm skipping here, there, and yonder, but number 66 says the defendant hospital, through its agents and employees, willfully, recklessly, or negligently provided Alexee inadequate medical services and violated the rules of the standard of care through one or more acts of omissions, including the following: choosing to allow unqualified and inappropriately trained healthcare professionals to practice in its facilities. This is where they're like, these are all the things you did wrong. Choosing not to provide or require adequate training of agents and or employees regarding pregnancy. Oh, yay. I found my people. I'm glad you found us. I'm glad you found us. Margaret says, my crime cafe family. Yeah, we're a family, according to Margaret. I'm going to skip through because this is not, this is just more legal word salad too. Number 68 here. I'll read this through this one. It says, if the doctors, nurses, and staff who cared for Alexee had been properly trained and supervised, they would not have, among other things, negligently failed to provide adequate nursing interventions to prevent the death of Alex Ray Fierro. Negligently failed to provide adequate nursing interventions to prevent the death. Oh, wait. Did they have that in twice? They did. That's weird. A says negligently failed to provide adequate nursing interventions to prevent the death of Alex Ray Fierro. And then B says the exact same thing. Negligently failed to provide adequate nursing interventions to prevent the death of Alex Ray Fierro. Yeah, dude, you put A and B in twice. Negligently failed to provide adequate medical services to prevent medication, over-medication, or contraindicated medications for a pregnant female. Failure to adequately and timely require testing of a female patient, 19 years of age, reporting with low back pain, abdominal pain, and feeling like she needed to go to the bathroom. Yeah, I thought the same thing, Lashandra. She did not. I hope I'm saying your name right. Did you ever say in the chat if I was saying your name right? Let me go back. Yes. You said yes. So apparently I'm saying your name right. I hope I'm saying your name right. But yeah. I mean, if she was on morphine and this and that and the other and muscle relaxers, she didn't look like she was like walking down the hallway. And she didn't look drunk or wasted or fallen asleep when she was in the bed crying after the fact. So if they gave her that much morphine, how could she walk like that, right, Margaret? And she was running down the hallway. So one, they probably gave her a therapeutic dose like they're supposed to. And two, if she's having that much pain, that medication is going to eat up at that pain to help. And you know how they say if you're really having a lot of pain and you take medicine, the pain kind of goes away and you don't act drugged. But if you take pain medication when you're not hurting, then there's no pain for it to manage, and then it goes to your head and it makes you sleepy or loopy or drunk acting, right? Makes sense to me. Um Okay, let me go back to here. Looks like letter E, failure to provide adequate doctors and nursing staff with the ability and training to recognize pregnancy, perform objective testing for pregnancy, and obtain immediate testing for pregnancy, and failure to timely and properly diagnose pregnancy. Hold on, I got a cough. Lots of reading. Okay. F says failure to timely and appropriately communicate between the lab, nurses, staff, attending doctor, the results of the pregnancy test in a manner intended to immediately notify such persons. G says failure to provide adequate medical intervention to ensure timely and proper pain assessment, mental status assessment, objective hands-on examinations, and communications of same, including adequate documentation, and in other matters which will be made known through discovery. So, defendant hospital negligence in hiring, credentialing, training, and supervising the doctors, nurses, and staff who cared for Lexi was a direct proximate cause of Alex Ray Fierro's ultimate death. Actions, failures, and omissions were reckless, wanton, and with utter disregard for the welfare and safety of Alex Ray Fierro. You're talking about your client there, right? Not the hospital, because it was your client that had the utter disregard and reckless, wanton disregard for that baby. Steph said Jenny needs a nap before it gets much darker, I think. Why do I look sleepy? Urgent care doesn't have equipment for most things. I should sue them. I mean, they don't. They don't. Champagne Margaret, stop it. This champagne is starting to slap. Where's Patricia? Did Patricia already leave? Get out of here. You crack me up. All right. Let's see. Okay. So basically this stuff is all because you're struggling to read anymore. It's a lot of reading, right? You know what's good with champagne? Cake. Okay. Oh, here they're talking about the count 4 against the doctor. Hey, Jaloon. Yeah, honey, we've been live for 4 hours and 15 minutes. It's good to see you. Good to see you. You'll have to catch the replay. It's been a good one. Number 80 says all previous paragraphs are incorporated herein by reference. 81, Defendant Vasquez, which is the doctor. She's supposed to, as long as everything stays on track, Nicole, she's supposed to have her pretrial hearing on July 22nd, and her trial is supposed to start, what was it, August the 16th? Or August 26th? I can't remember. Sometime in August. If I'm fully anticipating her to make some kind of a plea deal. I fully expect her to make a plea deal. If she's smart, she will. But her lawyer, is probably like, no, we got this. Okay. 81 says Defendant Vasquez intentionally, willfully, recklessly, and negligently provided inadequate medical services, resulting in the death of Alex Ray Fierro in violation of the standard of care for a hospital in New Mexico by committing one or more of the following acts and omissions: choosing not to be in the proper physical, mental, and emotional condition to perform medical services. What's that supposed to mean? Choosing not to be in the proper physical, mental, and emotional condition to perform medical services. What about her made you think that she wasn't in shape to perform as a physician? I don't understand that. Choosing not to have adequate training and knowledge of the medications and treatments to be utilized to timely and properly treat Lexi. Nonetheless, she attempted to perform them anyway. Now you're just being a jackwagon. I don't know what that's about. Choosing not to explain to Lexi her true condition, and as Lexi continued to exhibit symptoms of pregnancy, deliberately, intentionally, willfully, wantonly, recklessly, and with utter disregard, did not explain the truth to Lexi in a timely manner. It's definitely not, right? Lawsuit is so aggravating. Like, what? Margaret's like, nah, I don't want to be picked for federal jury duty in August because I need to be here for this trial. But if she does a plea deal, she can't make all that money from the hospital. Well, I don't know. Nicole says if they go on with everything, I would like to hear if she would tell the actual truth about everything. Oh, I don't think she'll ever admit it. I think they're going to go down like the Titanic, man. D, choosing, and they're talking about the doctor here. This is the claims against the doctor. Choosing not to explain the true nature of Lexi's condition to Lexi so that she could make an informed decision about her future care. Choosing not to timely, properly, and immediately become aware of testing results communicated by the laboratory. Providing services to Lexi without the requisite training, skill, knowledge, experience, and expertise. Improperly diagnosing and treating Lexi with medications prior to appropriate, timely, and proper testing and screening. H says improperly treating Lexi with incorrect medications at inappropriate intervals and administration of contraindicated medications and failing to monitor, assess, and stay advised of Lexi's true condition. Inability to diagnose or choosing to ignore the differential diagnosis of pregnancy. Why would you choose to ignore that? Why would she do that? Lawyer, why would she do that? No. She's not choosing to ignore that. That's the dumbest statement. Choosing not to have immediate testing performed to determine the true reason for Lexi's condition. Choosing not to make sure the nurses performed assessments at appropriate intervals. Choosing to allow HIPAA violations regarding the medical condition of Lexi and the decedent. Kiddo is like, it's getting darker out. Can we do fireworks yet? Can we do fireworks yet? No, ma'am, it's not dark yet. You're in for a good time tonight on the replay, Chaloon. Absolutely. Margaret says, wait, the chat skipped. Margaret says, girl needs to take a plea deal. You can't escape this. We've all seen it. You've been convicted in the trial of public opinion, and you're a complete doof. If she were smart, she would take a plea deal. Period. Right, Margaret. When I saw the tears in my 13-year-old friend's eyes, thinking what a big mistake she made, but that she was ready to face the consequences, this girl here, no thank you. Right? She has zero emotion, zero cold, calculated, callous, right? The 3 C's, cold, calculated, and callous. All right. Got like I think 1.5 more pages left. Choosing to fail to provide Lexi with her privacy rights. And choosing to blame the death of Alex Ray Fierro upon others rather than taking responsibility for her failures and omissions. 82. The intentional, willful, reckless, and negligent acts and or omissions of Dr. Vasquez were a direct and approximate cause of the death of Alex Ray Fierro. 5. This is damages against defendants. Basically, everything that they already said now pertains to everybody that had any care of her, allegedly, apparently, probably. Punitive damages against defendants. All previous paragraphs are incorporated herein by reference. Defendants' acts and omissions complained of in the preceding paragraphs are believed to be of an egregious nature and reckless, wanton, and total disregard to the rights and safety of Alex Ray Fierro. Among others, these intentional, malicious, willful, reckless, and or wanton acts of omissions, blah, 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 either singularly, in combination, or based on the cumulative conduct of employees of defendants, were a cause of Alex Ray Fierro's death. Last page. As such, in addition to actual damages ascertained and demonstrated in this matter, punitive damages are required to punish and deter these types of acts and omissions in the future. Punitive damages should be assessed jointly and severally. That's not severely. I don't know what that word is. If he's trying to say severely, that's not how you spell severely. What does severally mean? Severally? Severally? I've never heard of that. How do you even pronounce that? Patricia says, I feel that, Jenny. She isn't smart, and her mother's forcing this all. Oh, that's sweet, Margaret. All 5 of her kids send you Christmas cards and gift cards to the butcher shop in town so I can get my own ribs. I love our live stories. That's sweet. Who is blaming others instead of admitting fault, right? Margaret said, my mom always told me you can tell me anything. I may not like it, but you can tell me anything. That was a little scary, but if she said so, she said so. I had a mom I could come to. That's precious. Nicole said, Steph, yes, they just made no sense. How can they say the doctor didn't see the results and at the same time know the results? Severally apart from other independently. Okay. Like to sever something so on its own, maybe? I guess. I don't know. You can't force someone to believe they're pregnant. Is that even what they mean? I mean, I know she was lying about not knowing about it. Yeah. Well, what this whole thing is, they're suing the hospital because they're saying that the doctors and the staff knew she was pregnant and that she didn't know she was pregnant. And that because they gave her too much medicine, that's what killed the baby. That's not true. Or at least that's not what the evidence that we've seen has shown. I'm in it for this evidence, okay? I'm in it for the evidence. I'm here for the evidence. When they go to trial, I'm ready to see what that evidence is, okay? I'm ready to see that. Why? I smell food. Husband is cooking. I smell something yummy and wonderful. I'm going to go eat and then enjoy the rest of my 4th of July with my fam and watch fireworks later. I got through everything I wanted to get through today. I wanted to start at where we started at with the arrest stuff and work our way through the wrongful death stuff. So, yes, we made it through where I needed and wanted to end today. Yes. Independently would have been a better word, right? Aye. We'll find out. And we'll keep up to date on this whole thing because I'm here for the trial if it goes to trial. Yeah, I'll have to keep little Miss Popmeister back here covered up in here in the bedroom because she does not like the fireworks at all. So they make her nervous. They make her very, very nervous. But thank you guys for staying and hanging out with me today on your 4th of July. I'm going to go eat some yummy food, watch some fireworks, and plan on being back. I don't think so, Nicole. I'm not feeling, I mean, I'll look at it, but I'm not heavily invested in the Alex Baldwin trial. I didn't watch what was her name? Hannah Gutierrez. I didn't watch that one either. I'm just not really heavily invested. I need to see which trials are coming up next so that I can be ready for them. But we'll see. I mean, you know how I am over here. I tend to fly by the seat of my pants most of the time. But yeah. Enjoy the fireworks. My dogs are not gonna like the next few hours. I know, Susan. Neither's mine. Did you really go on a 5-mile run, Patricia? Are you serious? Did you go on a 5-mile run, Patricia? I need to know before we go. Henny, it was good to see you pop in, honey. I hope you have a good night. Thanks for popping over. I need to know if Patricia ran 5 miles. Because if she did, I did. It was hot out there, and I'm not a good runner. Oh, Patricia. Ma'am. Well, I'm glad you're alive. I'm glad that you're alive, ma'am. I hope you drank lots of water. I hope. See, look, there's Puppy. She's back here stretching. Look at her stretch. Ooh. Psst. 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 She's not paying me any attention. Yeah, send water to Patricia. She needs it. Pop. See your ears perk up. Are you okay? Are you okay? She is crazy, Miss King. You're going to have to do something with her. She can't be out there in that kind of heat running 5 miles. What's wrong with you? You got more energy and calories apparently to burn than you got brains today, ma'am. No. Okay. Oh, but now I have a glass of Freedom champagne with cherries. Oh, sweet. I like it. Good job. Good idea. You might ought to take you a nice long Epsom salt bath tonight, though. Put some like lavender oil in it and just low key while on the run. I was like, please don't let me become a true crime story. Oh, you better be running where there's like cars and people and not like in a forest somewheres. Oh no, that's the worst, Patricia. You got road rash, ma'am. Mm-mm. Not good. Yeah, you better have one earbud out. No running with 2 earbuds in. Mm-mm. 63 degrees. Uh-oh, I hear a door. Hold on. We got a camera, babe. Hold on, hold on. Hold on, hold on. Hold on, hold on. Okay. Oh, he's been home today, Margaret. Yeah, he's been home all day. Kiddo's been in there with him all day. So, yes, he came in here to remind me that dinner's done. It's time to eat. Time to eat. So, and yes, Kiddo's asking for fireworks again. She's like, it's time almost. All right. I love you guys. We'll be back tomorrow. Not sure what time. It'll probably be later in the afternoon. 12, 1, 2, somewhere around in there. With husband home and stuff, I want to just try to kind of chillax, but I also want to spend time with you guys too. So, tomorrow we'll be back. I have not decided yet what the conversation will be. But it'll be something current, a current true crime something, okay? Let's all chill whatever time is whatever time. Right, chill. We're going to chill. No worries, Steph. No worries, says Margaret the unemployed. Well, thank you guys for hanging out. I appreciate it. Have an awesome and a safe and a happy rest of your 4th of July. And yeah, some Sherry Pep. I can't even say her last name right. Papini. Papini. I don't know. Perfect Wife on Hulu. Okay, Henny. Race weekend. Nice. Happy 4th. I love you guys. You all be safe. If you're out and about, make sure that you are safe and, you know, keep only one earbud in, not two. Bridgerton. Ooh, Margaret's going to get spicy. All right. I love you guys. Bye. See you tomorrow.